Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the July 14th meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. We hope you all are doing well and will enjoy today's meeting. First of all, I'd like to stress we are very short on time for this meeting, and therefore we're going to have to stick to our agenda very strictly and to the following order of presentations. First, we're going to have the project background by Debbie, then the project presentation, then public comment and closing comments, the owner rebuttal and comments, board discussion, close of discussion, a motion, and then a vote. We're going to have to do this very strictly and limit the time because we have 16 projects to get through in a very limited time to do it. So we appreciate your patience and your understanding, and we don't want to slight anybody, but we absolutely must get through our agenda today. So thank you again, and welcome to our meeting. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I have a couple quick announcements this morning before we get started. First of all, as the chair had mentioned, the quasi-judicial items due to the staffing at this convention center where the public are allowed to attend and give comment will cease at 3 p.m. So we have until 3 p.m. for the applications that are listed on the agenda. After 3 p.m., I know, and I've spoken with the chairperson and a couple other board members, we can discuss other items. I know we've had discussion items that have just been rolling over until we get caught up on these meetings. After 3 p.m., since those are discussion items are non-quasi-judicial, we can maybe stay if the board members are able to and get through some quick discussions. The second announcement I wanted to make is that we are still exploring the option of having a second rollover meeting. That would be in the event, the likely event that we do not complete today's agenda. The items that are not heard today could be automatically rolled over to a second meeting. I do have the date available with city staff for July 31st, which is a Friday. And I did want to just get a quick polling of the board members to see if you could be available. We could do it in abridged time. We don't have to do the full 9 to 3. But if you had some time on July 31st for a rollover meeting, I do think it would be helpful in catching up with some of these applications. So I just want to go through the board to get possible availability. We're going to do it alphabetically. Barry Klein, would you be available July 31st?
I'm actually checking my schedule as okay. You speak.
And then Jack, are you available?
Yes.
Kirk, would you be available?
I would be, yes.
Max, would you be available?
Yes, I'd be available.
Nancy, would you be available? You unmute, Nancy? You can give me a thumbs up because I can see you in the camera. If that's easier. Yes. Okay. Nancy's a yes. Rick, are you available?
I'm scheduled to be out of town, but that may change. So I would say
so you're a tentative. Okay. Scott, would you be available?
Yes, and I know I sent you an email that I might be out of town on that day, but I will be here, so I am available on the 31st.
Okay, excellent. And Barry?
It's doubtful that I could provide a full day.
Okay. We do have 5, which would be the minimum that I would need for a meeting. So I think we can go ahead and schedule that for July 31st at 9 a.m. And we can, hopefully we can be done, well before 3 o'clock on that day. And that's only in the event we don't finish the items today. We could also do discussion items on the 31st. So let me go and say that we have confirmed that any applications that do not get heard today will be rolled over to July 31st. We have 5 confirmed members. So I'm comfortable with that. Any other board member comments about that? No. Okay, we will be reaching out to you separately with emails for information regarding that. I believe you will be able to use the same link you used today, but you will be getting follow-up emails after today's meeting. Thank you very much. It's very much appreciated. I know it's a lot of commitment and time, and on behalf of the city, we thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Chair, if you want to hear from our city attorney, Nick Kaliargis, I believe he can read the lobbyist registration and do some swearing in.
That would be great.
Thank you, Debbie, and good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I just have a couple of quick announcements for everybody, and then I'll swear in our first applicant. Today's virtual meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled pursuant to Executive Order 20-69 of the Florida Governor, which suspends any Florida statute that requires a quorum to be present in person or requires a local government body to meet at a specific public place, and permits local government bodies to utilize communications media technology like Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, the public can dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 819-3104-2748#. Or the public can log in to the Zoom app directly and enter the webinar ID, which again is 819-3104-2748. Members of the public wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or press *9 on the phone to raise their hand. Members of the public who do not have access to a computer and wish to provide testimony or submit evidence in support of or opposition to an item on today's agenda may appear in person at the Miami Beach Convention Center at 1901 Convention Center Drive, the Washington Avenue entrance, in Art Deco room 229, at which location access to a computer will be provided. On each quasi-judicial application today, I'll swear in each presenter or member of the public wishing to speak. I'll be keeping time at today's meeting. Applicants will be given 10 minutes each to present, and members of the public will be given 2 minutes each. Lastly, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And before we call the first item, I'd like to take a moment to swear in any members of staff who will be testifying today. So please state on the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I do.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, Nick. So the first application on the agenda is actually the approval of the minutes from the June 9th meeting. Those were provided to all the board members, so we would need a motion and a second for that.
A motion to accept the minutes.
I'll second it.
And we have a second. All those in favor? Okay, I see all unanimously approved. For the quasi-judicial items, which we are going into next, I am going to be doing a roll call vote, just so it's clear on the record what the individual board member votes are. The first application on the agenda is HPB file 190349. This is 910 Marseille Drive and 77116 Bay Drive. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a new multi-family residential building on the vacant portion of the site. This is a relatively unique site. It does contain 2 separate parcels. The parcel located at 7116 Bay Drive is located in the RO zoning district. That parcel does have an existing contributing building. The building is contributing to the Normandy Isles National Register District. The parcel at 910 Marseille Drive is actually a vacant piece of land. There are no building structures on that. The Marseille Drive is located within the RM1 zoning district, and it does fall into the North Beach National Register Conservation District overlay in terms of the zoning. The existing historic or contributing building at 7116 Bay Drive was designed by Pfeiffer and Pitt, built in 1940. That staff would note has already gone through a renovation, notwithstanding the current application we have before us today. So we were pleased and commend the applicant for actually taking the initiative to restore the building prior to submitting the application for the new addition. The new addition is a 5-story residential building. It contains 6 residential units, all of which have access to private outdoor terraces. Additionally, there is an 8-space parking area proposed to be introduced at the rear of the site. Staff is supportive of the application. We think this is, leaving this piece of land vacant will have an adverse impact continuing within the historic district. So we are pleased with regard to the proposal for a new residential building on this piece of property. We do have some concerns with regard to the massing, specifically how it relates to some of the, there's a 1920s, one of the earliest buildings adjacent to the west of this property. So we are asking for some subtle modifications, including the removal of the projecting fin element. We think that is causing some unnecessary mass and creates an overwhelming impact, specifically on the contributing building to the west. Other than that, we are supportive of the application. There have been no variances requested as part of this application, and we are recommending the board approve the project subject to the conditions contained in the draft order. Thank you.
And before we hear from the applicant, I'd just like to swear in any members of their team. So please state on the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. And our architect, Alex, should have been brought over to this side and should be sworn in as well. I'm not seeing him on the screen. Okay.
Hi, Alex. Can you state whether you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, great. Good morning. For the record, Carly Grimm with Bills and Sundberg, offices at 1450 Brickell Avenue. Glad to start off your agenda this morning in hopes of starting you off at an efficient pace. I will keep it short and to the point, especially because Debbie gave a great intro to this project. We're appearing before you this morning to request a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a new multifamily residential building on a vacant parcel. The development site does consist of 2 parcels, one which is vacant and one which has an existing contributing structure on the eastern portion of that lot. The applicant, as Debbie mentioned, is not proposing any alterations to that building. No demolition is a part of this application, and proposes to construct a new residential building, which will consist of 5 floors, 6 units, with 8 parking spaces on the vacant portion of the development site. Your professional staff, as Debbie noted, is in support of the project and the overall design language of the building. As noted in the staff report, the empty portion of this site has been undeveloped for some time, and your staff believes, as we do, that the development of a high quality residential building on the empty portion of the site would positively contribute to the urban context of Marseille Drive, as well as the overall surrounding historic district. Again, the applicant is not requesting any variances as part of this application, so no variances, no demolition, no alterations. We agree with all staff conditions mentioned by Debbie and in the draft order. We are asking for a slight tweaking in the language to condition subsection B of the draft order, which requires the construction of a 4-foot site wall along the eastern and western boundaries. We're asking for that to be reworded to allow us to work with staff administratively to come up with a buffering plan that's mutually agreeable. So with that, promise to keep it short, I will turn it over to our architect to briefly walk you through the project. Our team is here to answer any questions you may have, and we would like to reserve time for rebuttal as necessary. So with that, Alex, I'll turn it over to you.
Hi guys, how you doing? Okay, can we put up the presentation? There you go, perfect. You can go to the next slide. So here's a 3D quick realistic context rendering that we have for the project. You can go to the next slide. What we're describing here is that we have a 0.3 acre lot that falls in the Normandy Isle Historic District near Normandy Waterways. Our site falls between Marseille Drive and Normandy Court and west of Bay Drive. And the proposed use is like they've said before, is a residential low density multifamily. It's a 5-story building. You can go to the next slide. This is our site plan. We have 6 spacious, low density apartments in this project with generous sized balconies and terraces with 8 parking spaces on our site. Next slide. This is our enlarged site plan. Next slide. I'll let Michael speak in behalf of the landscaping if there's anything we should add here. Michael, are you there?
I'm here. Nothing really to add. It was just a color rendering of the landscape so you can kind of see differences in palms, where flowering trees may occur, what existing trees are being retained.
Okay.
Hi, Mike. Can you state whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that includes your previous testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide. Our ground floor plan. As I'll take you through the slides, you'll see we have sizes anywhere from approximately 800, 1,000 to 1,600 square foot apartments with enjoyable, abundant natural lighting, with clean, elegant, simple, beautiful architecture. I'll take you through it on the last, you can go forward here. This is the typical floors, 2, 3, and 4. These are 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartments, ranging about 1,600 square feet, more or less. Next slide. This is our 5th floor penthouse. It's a 2-bed, 2-bath with a very nice sized terrace. Next one. And our roof with an accessible roof terrace. We can keep going. Yes. Here's a contextual street elevation of our project, just to get an idea. Next slide. Okay, here, let me speak a little bit about this is our conceptual 3D model. We implemented angled architectural elements, as you can see, canopies, or as you may call them, fins, to remind the movement of and the dynamic atmosphere of Miami Beach, and also to create visual interest, all in respect to our adjacent neighboring buildings. We opted for a pure main white building color and a very light Repose gray color for the accent. We feel that we generally are compatible with the neighboring historic structures. We have a beautiful solar blue glass windows reminiscent of our wonderful waters, obviously, and clear glass balcony railings to keep it airy and light. We believe it's a very elegant and chic, all in respect to the neighbors as well. Next slide. I think, so this is 2 different views. Yeah, that's about it. That sums it up. Do we have one more slide there? Here's a little representation of the colors and glass. It talks for itself. We believe, well, we hope, I know you like the project, and that's about it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have two members of the public with their hands raised. Would you like to move on to public comment, or do you have any questions for the applicant?
I have no questions. Public comment is very important.
And Mr. Chair, before we hear from the public, I'd just like to ask the board if any board members have any disclosures to make on this application. Okay, I see none. So I'd like to swear in our first public speaker. Before you speak, can you state whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
The first speaker I have on the list is Daniel Seraldo. Daniel, are you here?
Hello, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I swear all of those things.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, members of the board. It's nice to see you all. I hope you're all safe and doing okay during this difficult time. My name is Daniel Seraldo on behalf of the Miami Design Preservation League. As far as this project, MDPL reviewed the project. We did not have a chance to meet with the applicant. We weren't contacted by them, but we did review this like we review all projects. And we have to oppose the design as currently proposed of the new building. The standard number 9 of the national standard stipulates a new design should be compatible with the historic district buildings. And we believe the proposed design is inconsistent with the massing, size, scale, and architectural elements of its surroundings, and that it compromises the integrity of the historic district. We also believe that the project does not appear to comply with the design guidelines for new construction in the area. I was very involved in the development of that, along with other members of the community during the master planning process. And I know that there is zoning that encourages the preservation of contributing buildings. And so there are requirements for height and setbacks. But in this case, it looks like what they've done is through a unity of title, they're now claiming that this new design is attached to a contributing building, but it's only really attached legally. It's not really attached in the way that we believe the zoning was designed. As an example, with the design guidelines, I believe the first 25 feet of building depth are supposed to be capped at about 32 feet of height. But what we see here in this design is it goes all the way up to the maximum height right in the front. And it doesn't have that all-important setback that we see in other places. So we'd love to see the design refined. We think the architects are great, and we do hope that it can have more compatibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. The next speaker is Yaniv C. Yaniv, are you here?
And Yaniv, before you begin, can you state for the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
Okay, thank you. 2 minutes.
Actually the owner. I'm actually the applicant, so they told me that I need to raise my hand in order to participate. But so I don't have any comment as far as the project at this point.
Okay, thank you very much, Yaniv. Any other public comment?
None that I see.
Okay, then we're going to close public comment. We did disclosure, so we're up to board discussion, correct? Okay, who would like to go first?
Unless, Mr. Chair, unless the applicant would like a moment to close or to rebut.
Okay, is that what you would like?
Sure. Just very briefly before the board starts. We've worked closely with staff on this application for a long time. Your staff is supportive of the design. They have suggested that we remove the larger architectural fin that comes up over the building, as they think that adds a little too much massing and would make it more compatible with the surrounding neighborhood if we did remove that element. So we have agreed to that. So that larger fin that you see coming up over the building on the northwest corner will be removed. So we agree that will help with the compatibility, but otherwise your professional staff does believe that the design is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. There is a 9-story building across the street. It is going to provide necessary residential, lower but residential density in this area. And the lots are joined by more than just a covenant. It's actually the western portion of the lot that has the existing contributing structure. That's where the proposed parking area will be. So it truly is a combined development site. So with that, we're comfortable that staff has fully analyzed this for compliance with the zoning regulations, and we are following their advice in terms of removing the architectural fin.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So that will close that closes that phase, and moving on to board discussion. Who would like to go first? Nancy? You're muted, Nancy. Nancy, you're muted.
Continues. I'm sorry. I don't know. It keeps unmuting. Anyway, I can appreciate the architecture, but I don't think it's appropriate for this space and this street. It's bigger, it's glitzier. The wings, I heard you removing one wing. I think all of that extra flamboyant design should be removed. Also, to me, it looks like it's 6 stories. I don't know, with that roof that you're above I believe that this is a 5-story limit. I'll let Debbie explain that, but I could not possibly support this the way it looks now. It's just totally out of place. And it's too bad, because I'm sure if it was in a different kind of district, it would fit right in and be great.
Thank you, Nancy. Kirk?
Thank you. First of all, I want to commend the applicant for the restoration work they did and the retention of the existing building. That said, I'm entirely miffed. What we have here, and I want to get my easy question out of the way. First of all, this application is taking advantage of incentives that are tied to the existing contributing building that's been restored and is being retained. But I haven't seen any evidence that the titles are going to be joined, the folios. And I have a lot more to say, but I want to get that out of the way, because it's not supposed to be mix and match. And this overlay, is the applicant's representative able to confirm that the titles are being joined on these buildings so that those benefits cannot be spread to the parking lot, for instance?
The 2 parcels are under common ownership, and they will be joined by a covenant in lieu, a legal instrument tying those 2 parcels together.
Prior to completion of the project?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So this is really important, and thank you, Carly. We're talking about, this is really one of the first instances where the North Beach National Register District overlay is being incorporated. And in terms of the incentives for retaining and restoring contributing buildings, generally, from my understanding, and Debbie and Michael can correct me if I misstate anything here, but my understanding is for the new construction, you would be allowed 45 feet in maximum height. But with the retention of a contributing structure, you're allowed 55 feet in height. And that's great. That's what the incentives are there for. What I do not understand is we have a vacant lot. And if you go to the zoning code, and I think it's really pertinent for the board to be aware of how the zoning code is written, because this whole design was fashioned with a lot of public input. The city brought in Dover Coal to do massing studies and lots of presentations to the planning board, to the commission. And I think it's really important that the correct precedent is set here. So I'm not going to read a lot, but I think it's pertinent that the board should be aware. Height requirements for RM1 properties within the North Beach National Register overlay. This is at the beginning. Maximum building height for new construction shall be 32 feet for the first 25 feet of building depth as measured from the minimum required front setback, and a maximum of 45 feet. Again, if they were not retaining a contributing structure, the zoning does state that they can go up to a maximum of 55 feet. However, I want to go back to, and Nancy, I know you were involved in this process as well as a member of the North Beach Steering Committee, of the intent, right? Because the North Beach National Register districts, again, 2 out of 3 National Register districts we have in this city, was built around compatibility, and almost all, with the exception of a few Mediterranean buildings, one of which is next door to this, are 1- and 2-story buildings. I also want to point out that right across the street from this building and 1 lot over to the west, there is a block of 5 1-story contributing buildings on the waterway there. And what I'm really having a hard time with is, again, the street frontage, right? If the whole intent of the zoning code was to start out with a 32-foot high cap fronting the street, and then to go back 25 feet in depth and then allow the full height, I'm not sure why we're not doing that here. It seems like we're sacrificing the streetscape for a parking lot. And it makes no sense to me. Again, I think the design of the building is nice, but in my experience, having attended a lot of the public input workshops and presentations by Dover Coal, the example the community was presented that we wanted to get away from was these 1970s building typologies where you start right at the setback and go directly straight up to the maximum height. And this new envelope with the lower floors fronting the street, and then the step back was the envelope that was created as part of this process to respect those 1 and 2, and in some instances, 3-story buildings. I'm concerned in this particular instance because I do not feel that the massing is compatible. I do not feel that it stands up to the intent of the overlay. I do believe, given that this overlay was just adopted in April of 2018, that it's very important that we set the proper precedent. I think it's extremely important because this zoning applies to the entire North Beach National Register districts, both in Normandy and in the North Shore. So we're likely to see more instances of this, and this has nothing to do with the applicant per se. I think the building is nicely designed, but I do believe, and if you look at the images of a 5-story building, even next to the 3-story Mediterranean building, which is higher than almost all of the contributing buildings in the district, I don't believe that it properly represents how a 5-story building built to the current floodplain requirements next to a contributing 1, 2, or 3-story building is going to look. I think that you have the leeway with a parking lot in the back to move the upper 2 or 3 floors of the building back, to step them back and to protect the streetscape. And I feel very strongly, and I hope the board will consider that, and hopefully we can come to middle ground, because again, I think the design is fine. I think it just needs to be stepped back on the upper floors so it respects the contributing district. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kirk, for an enlightening presentation. Max?
Thank you. I trust my colleagues on the board to speak to the building design aspects. I just wanted to touch on, Kirk mentioned the parking lot. I think for an 8-space lot that's about half of the vacant site as it is now. I'd like to see a condition in the order to work with staff administratively to explore stormwater management or green infrastructure to have that size parking lot in an area where it's currently a vacant site. It would be a more productive use of the space to be able to get some stormwater management feature into the parking lot when it's of that size. And one administrative note, I saw in the order a point about compliance with the condition for recycling and salvage plan, but as I understand it, this doesn't require demolition. So in case there's any sort of administrative cleanup that needs to be done in the order, I just wanted to call that out.
Thank you, Max. Barry?
Yes, thank you. I agree with Kirk. I think he hit that right on the nail, right on the head. And I wonder why the first part of this building is not set back. I had a strong agreement with staff on this vertical 6-story fin. And I wonder if in the applicant's first remarks to us that they have no issue with staff. They've been working with staff and all that's great. And they will work, they're totally in agreement with altering that fin, but yet the design proposed to us is still what we have been provided. We haven't seen anything. I think it's a nice looking building. I think what it relates to more is that 9-story building built in the 70s or early 80s across the street. And I understand, from a plan perspective, I understand when you have these single units per floor, these from the use of this building, the residents are going to have to take their trash down through the elevator. But the building's very tight on its site. I would just like to see how they're going to relate to the architecture around them, other than that 9-story building, how they're going to relate to this zoning issue. And what are they planning to do with this, with the architecture here, with the design of these fins? Is it just take an eraser and move it? I'm supposed to put my finger over that to not see it? I think it's an incomplete presentation to come here with agreement with the city, but not show us what you're going to do. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Barry. Rick?
Hi, good morning. I'm not sure what is going on with the parking lot. Is the existing building going to lose its parking as a result of this transition?
Existing building doesn't require parking, and there are some spots that are used, and there will be additional spots within the parking lot that can still be used by that building. But there is street parking, and again, this site is only a block from 71st and Normandy, which is a big and busy commercial area with street parking as well.
Okay. Well, I think Kirk's points were really helpful. I agree that the massing is too much for that street. Although I'm hopeful. I love this scale of building. I think that it would be a great contribution to the neighborhood, and it will only improve if it were to manage to behave in a more responsible way towards the street by setting back some of that upper mass.
Thank you very, very much, Rick. Scott?
When I first looked at the project, I mean, you look at the building and it looks like a nicely designed building. But hearing some of the comments today, I mean, it does make you think about some things. Obviously, they're combining the lots to provide more square footage for the new construction, but also to take advantage of some of the design guidelines in the North Beach districts. And I have to say, Kurt obviously is much more well versed on those than I am, and he does bring up some valid points. a lot of valid points. And I do think that, we're offering all these, I guess, incentives to do for projects to come along and developers to do certain things. But I think that when they do take advantage of them, we have to, how do I say this? We have to make sure they don't overly take advantage of them and try to get a little bit more. I think when you do have these meetings and shreds and everything to come up with these guidelines, we spend hours and hours and days and sometimes months and years coming up with these. And then just to have a project come along that just kind of, doesn't really reflect that, I think we do need to step back and look at it. I just wonder how, obviously staff looked at this and said it does take into consideration all those guidelines. So I'm just wondering how staff determined that this met all the requirements or guidelines.
Thank you, Scott. Let me interrupt here for a second. My turn would come next, and I think it's pretty obvious that there is a disagreement as to the propriety of the project as presented by the majority of the board members. So, Debbie, I would ask you in order to save time, what should we do if that is true? And should we continue this until they have a chance to review the project with you again and make the changes, or vote it or take a vote, or just vote to continue it to incorporate the comments that have been made? Because I, for one, completely agree with Kirk.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I did hear a good consensus among the board members, and it does appear that their direction from the board is to set back the 4th and 5th floors in order to comply with the new construction requirements without a contributing building, which would be the 4th and 5th floor setback in addition 25 feet from the lower portion of the building. So in order to meet that 32 feet for the first 25 feet of the building, it would be floors 1 through 3 at the existing setback, and then floors 4 through 5 would be setback the additional. Now, I know Michael Belushi is on the call as well. I can speak to the fact that the proposal before you today does comply with the requirements of the Conservation District overlay. This is a parcel that does contain a contributing building. You are permitted to aggregate 2 lots in the Conservation District overlay, and the 55 feet without the additional setback is the incentive for any project proposed on a lot with at least 1 contributing building. So this does comply. However, the board's comments are very clear and understandable, and I think it is well within your purview when evaluating the project in its current context to give direction to the applicant to set back those floors, the additional, in order to comply with that 25-foot setback from the ground floor, the ground 3 floors. So I think it would be appropriate for a motion to continue with that direction. And in addition, the direction that staff had recommended in our draft order for them to come back with plans that reflect that. So we could have a motion and the board could continue it. I believe we could continue it to the August meeting. That would be August 11th. Because those are changes that we believe could be achieved quickly by the applicant. Michael, did you want to add anything?
May I add something?
I'm sorry, can I go? Thank you, Debbie. Good morning, everybody. Just to clarify what Debbie said, I did research the history of the ordinance and the initial language that was in the draft text. And Kirk is correct. Initially, there was a requirement that provided a contributing building was kept, the additional 55 feet was only allowed for the portion of the building beyond the first 25 feet of building depth. However, that was removed from the final adopted version of the ordinance. So as Debbie stated, this does comply with the zoning requirement. However, of course, the board, like any other application, regardless of the conservation district, this is an historic district, and the board has the full authority to review the massing of the building in accordance with the C of A criteria and recommend and require appropriate modifications to the massing, as it seems to be the consensus of the board.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, on behalf of the applicant, could I speak for just a second?
Okay, one second.
So we understand that you are going to continue the application and we will work on the design. I think it's important to note, though, a 25-foot setback on this small lot, trying structurally, is going to cause a huge change to the project. And we will work on the massing. We will work on setting back the upper floors. But you've heard that 25-foot setback does not apply. Let us do a design, let us work with staff and come back. But I doubt seriously we will be able to meet a 25-foot setback without completely destroying the architecture that's before you in terms of the structural system. And we have a parking lot behind. It would be very difficult to do that. But we will work with the staff on that design.
We appreciate that. We need to move on. Do I hear a motion to continue?
I make a motion to move with the direction that Debbie provided.
I'm muted here.
Who's talking?
Not muted. Kirk is speaking. Please wait.
So I was making a motion to continue it to August 11th, you said, Debbie?
That is correct. So we have a motion to continue to August 11th.
August 11th.
Nancy, once we have a second, we can open it up to discussion.
I was going to second it. I was going to second it.
Seconded by Nancy.
So
I'm going to second it, and I have something I'd like to say.
Nancy, there's a motion on the floor. There's a motion on the floor. Discussion is over.
So with the staff direction that Debbie, or the direction from the board that Debbie reiterated, I think we also want to take into account Max's comments, correct, for the second review, and that's my motion.
Okay, thank you.
May I second?
Nancy seconds. All those in favor?
May I just add one small thing, that if they're gonna come back to us and they're not gonna set this back 25 feet, that this be substantially set back. And if they are going to agree to staff changes, that they indicate that they provide those changes for our review.
The motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I'm going to comment.
Wait, Nancy.
I'm going to do a roll call, but let's have Nancy's comments, and then I'll do a roll call.
I was on that committee, and I know that we struggled every minute in the conservation district because there was an attempt to make the conservation district not a real historic preservation kind of place. And this, I think, is the first project coming that is showing us that the conservation district needs to be reviewed and probably amended, because we're going to have this problem all the time.
Thank you, Nancy.
Okay, Barry.
Ma'am.
How are you voting?
Yes, continue. To continue. Yes.
Okay. Jack, how are you voting?
Yes.
Jack is a yes. Kirk.
Yes.
Max. Max?
Yes. You hear me?
Yes. Nancy?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. The application is continued to the August 11th meeting.
Thank you very much. Moving right on.
The next application is HPV file 190354. This is 1745 James Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the total demolition of the existing structure and the construction of a new hotel building and a variance from the loading space requirements. This application was discussed by the board at our May 12th virtual discussion meeting. So there was no binding action taken at that meeting, but the board was presented with the project. The board issued comments, and we also heard from the public. I will say that last month we did receive a substantial amount of public comment with regard to this particular application from the neighbor to the south, as well as 1750 James Avenue across the street. And I believe we received some public comment from the 1800 Collins Avenue building. That has all been placed in the record, and that has also been forwarded to all of the board members. During the discussion meeting, the board did provide some direction. I'm just going to quickly go over some minor updates that have been presented as part of today's application. The first change was a reduction in height of the elevator bulkheads. They were able to reduce the height of those by 7 feet. That was a comment by staff and the board, as well as the neighbors. They have also been able to reduce the height of the volumes to either side of the elevators, and that reduction is by 8 foot 2 inches. And the canopy at the top of the roof deck at the western portion has been eliminated. Staff wants to thank the applicant for taking our comments and board members' comments very seriously and making the changes. We believe this results in a much more successful building as viewed in context of the historic district. Additionally, the applicant has submitted to staff additional information with regard to their operations and their loading zone variance. I know that has not been distributed to the board members, but the applicant will touch upon that in their presentation today. Staff is confident that with their loading plan and their operational plan, as well as feedback from the city's parking department, that they will be able to successfully manage the operations of loading with the variance granted. So we are supportive of the application and are recommending approval today. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Let's see. Next, we were going to swear in and.
Yes. So I'd like to ask any members of the applicant's team who are going to be presenting to state whether they swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in their testimony today.
We do.
Okay, go ahead. You have 10 minutes.
Sorry, I had a mute. I said I do. Mr. Chair, could I proceed?
Sure, absolutely. Sorry.
Okay. And that's all right. For the record, Alfredo Gonzalez, on behalf of the on behalf of the applicant, I'm here today with the architect Louis Revelta and many of our team members online, including ownership. We did have a very extensive discussion at the May HPB board meeting. The discussion, one of the discussion items. So I'm going to incorporate all those comments. We also took all those comments to heed, and from that point of time, we did meet with and reach out to all the neighbors who had communicated some concern about the project. Actually, in particular, 1750 James Avenue, I actually met with several of the members of the ownership, condo owners and the board. It's actually my first live meeting I had since March, but we were all gloves and masks, so very safe. And the greatest concern everyone had, we addressed a few items. I'm going to touch on it really quick and then let Louis get into the detail. The greatest change was the massing. There was a lot of concern about the massing especially in the front facade, as Debbie stated. In the center bulk, we reduced by 7 feet and portions 11 and change for a width of 25 feet. And then the two sides, we reduced 8 feet by 15 on each side. So there was a very substantial amount of massing reduced, and Louis will get into detail. We removed the trellis we reduced the parapet. One of the issues the neighbors had, they didn't want to see bare walls on the roof, so we added landscaping against the parapet to have a better visual image. We have view quarters along the side. Our setbacks are greater, over 10 feet. Our residential units are now 27 feet from the property line, over the current condition of 5 feet. The new building is set back 20 feet from James Avenue, so it pushes it back versus where it is there today, a current condition of 10 feet, so you have a little more openness and allows for more landscaping. The loading zone variance we're requesting, because in this neighborhood, they discourage having any curb cuts and providing any parking. We have worked with the parking department. We worked with planning staff. The parking department will agree to put a loading space at limited hours during the week. We're accepting the conditions of Michael Belushi had put in the draft order that limits the hours. Parking will probably have it even more restricted. And in the event that there was a need for greater loading, the overflow will still be on 18th between James and Collins Avenue. The south side is abutting two hotels, the Redbury and Hotel 18, and it needed the parking department to put additional loading areas there. And the last thing I wanted to point out is that Louis will go into detail how, as the board suggested, elements from the Glazer and Ungaro's designs, their two old historic buildings, would be incorporated into our new design. So with that, I would ask Louis Revuelta to walk you through the plans. Jack, you're mute.
Thank you, Alfredo, very much. Sorry.
Good morning, Luis Revuelta with Revuelta Architecture. Good morning, everybody. If we can go to the first slides, I'll go through the slides real quick because you guys already saw this. But as Alfredo,
Louis, I think we've lost your audio. Seem to be having some technical difficulties with the presentation. Louis, are you there?
Louis, if you can go ahead and sign out and sign back in, it seems like you're having connectivity issues. Alfredo, do you want to continue or how do you wish to proceed?
You're on mute, Alfredo.
Alfredo.
I'm here, sorry. I just said whatever the chair desires. I mean, if Louis is logging back in quickly in a minute, I think you'd rather hear from the architect than the lawyer, but I'm more than happy to take the presentation.
We love both architects and lawyers, Alfredo. Can you help him out in the meantime?
I am helping him out. His staff is helping him out, so he should be calling in as we speak. Are you calling? Oh, there he is. He's right there. He needs to be unmuted, or he needs to unmute it.
I'm going to unmute it. I'm going to cut the video. You guys don't need to see me because it might be that my Wi-Fi is acting up. I've been listening to everything you guys said for the last hour. And of course, during the presentation, I got cut off. So next slide, that's when I kind of lost connection. This is the existing building there. You guys have heard the story on this building. It's actually a replication of Art Deco and not the original building by Glaser. Next slide. location, context with the elevations, which you all saw in the last presentation. Next slide. Line of sight for everybody, especially Jack. This of the building height of both the elevator massing, the wall that now has landscaping. And what we did is the elevators now, rather than stopping at the pool deck, they stop at the main roof level, and we try to reduce the overhead travel by talking to elevator manufacturers. So that was what allowed us to reduce the height of the building as 7-8 feet, as Debbie and Alfredo mentioned. Next slide. Site plan is still basically the same. It just shows the revisions to the height and the roof. Next slide. Again, the interior courtyard in the center with the reflecting pools, all on axis with the center, ending up with the another reflecting pool at the axis there on the west. This hasn't changed. Next. Second floor still showing the interior elevated courtyard and the two-story lobby space. Next. Typical level. Next. Again, a roof plan showing the landscaping. Next. And in the elevations, you can see we should have two elevations. One that is an elevation that we're proposing, and then this is the same elevation. Red, you can see the reductions that we did to the height of the building. Second, reacting to the massing, what we did is by adding stone cladding, which I believe is also a tribute to, at the mass that is between the corner and the center, we've broken up the mass of the building. So
next page would be I think Lewis, do we lose Lewis again? These are stepping in for Lewis. These are the elements in the stone cladding and the aluminum screening that we added and the proposed materials to bring back the elements of the original buildings that were there, the two different apartment buildings. So one of the requests from you back, Lewis?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
My apologies. So you're correct. This is what we're proposing now in order to break the massing of the building and also create elements and detailing as a tribute to Glasser. And the same thing with the center entrance. So I believe that by reducing the height of the building, breaking up the mass with textures and color in the center and at either side of the center mass of the building, I think what we are achieving is a visual reduction of the horizontal mass, because we also eliminated long horizontal balconies that we had. I think we're bringing it more into context. And that's it. Next slide. These are the side elevations that in reality only change in terms of showing the color and the texture of the project. Next. Same elevation, but showing the reduction in height in red. Next. And this is the rear elevation, again showing the, which is the east elevation from the rear of the property, showing the reduction in height. Next. Section. Next. Another section. Next. And this is the prior renderized three-dimensional view of the building that you saw before. Next. And this is the new version with the landscaping wall on the roof, the change of color and texture the reduction in height. And you'll see the prior eye level view. Next. Next. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. And the views on the top are the prior views that we had used to meet with staff, prior presentation. And then the last one, which still is too much of a dark rendering for my taste, shows the breaking of the mass, the lowering of the building, the creation of architectural detailing and textures. So
I think we lost Louis again, but that concludes our presentation, Jack. We want to just leave time for rebuttal.
But I believe that
Thank you for a very nice presentation, Alfredo and Luis. Next, we're going to have public comment.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. I have three members of the public that currently are wishing to speak. Once I call on the member of the public, Nick Kalergis from the City Attorney's Office will swear you in. The first person is Jean-Francois Lejeune. Jean-Francois, are you here?
Yes, you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Just before I swear you in, one moment. Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask the board first if any board members have any disclosures to make. The reason why I do this before the hearing is because the public may have questions about the board's disclosures. So do any board members have any disclosures on this application?
One, after our last discussion, I was contacted by one of the residents across the street. We had an email correspondence back and forth. I can remain impartial.
Okay. Any other board members?
I have received several emails, but I've sent them all to you, and most of them I try not to pay too much attention to, but I do send them on to you, and I am certainly impartial.
Thank you. Okay, if there's nobody else, I'd like to swear in our first speaker. Can you state whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear. Okay,
thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, and very good morning to all the members of the board, and particularly to a colleague of mine, Ricardo. I didn't know that you were on the board. I was not planning to talk about this project, but because I connected to the meetings from the very start, I figured that I could say a couple of words. And I'm going to say a couple of words essentially as a question mark. When have full glass facade, full glass railings become compatible items in the historic district of Miami Beach? I really question this issue. I see a building here that is reasonably designed, even though I must say to Louis that I much prefer the first two proposals that were shown on his last slide, which seems to me to have at least an idea about doing something a bit different in a historic district because of that particular roof structure. But I would urge the board to basically forbid glass railings in a historic district. It is not acceptable. I mean, if you accept that on every single building, eventually Miami Beach Historic District are going to become pretty much anything like the rest of the city and the rest of Miami. And I'm really questioning the concept of compatibility. So this is more done as a question. The second item is I don't see any reason to put stone on a piece of facade in a Miami Beach Historic District. There are so many things that can be done on such a site with such a context that really relate to architecture, to massing, to sort of trying to capture the spirit of all the architecture that has been done, rather than just basically putting a fake material on the facade. I'm sorry for Luis Revuelta about this. That's why I would urge the staff and the board to look at the other two presentations that seems way more superior in design. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Francois. Next.
Hi, I'd like to ask our next speaker, can you state whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Roger Goldblatt, represent committee from 1750 James Avenue, the building right smack across from the sanctuary. First, I want to thank Alfredo and the group for trying to work with us. They've been very accommodating. The lower height makes a big difference. The narrowing makes a big difference. The setback makes a big difference. However, the issues that we have are more systemic, and I'll kind of use my 2 minutes to be in a little soapbox here. They're systemic issues. We realized that the height limitation from 2 stories was changed to 5 stories years ago. But then there's this little caveat that you can put things on the roof. So it's, in some cases, it can add up to 3 stories. There are other buildings coming up, and we want to make sure that the board's aware of this, that a lot of developers use that as a way of making it a little bit larger. Also, could you put in a concern about the residents also? We have residents who have been here forever. They love this block. This is a narrow little block. We're like so happy here. We sit on a balcony, we watch the cruise ships go by. Now I'm looking at this building with the glass doors and the glass windows in the front. We'll look at, I guess, the guests of this hotel. It might be exciting, it might not, I don't know. But it'll change our lifestyles greatly. There will be more foot traffic. There might be safety issues. You know, we'll go with it. The developers are not doing anything wrong. As I've said, they've been very amenable to suggestions. They've even made changes in 1775, adding more greenery, so it makes them more attractive. But it changes our lifestyle. It changes our lifestyle dramatically. Most of our buildings are not snowbirds. They're people who live here year round. So we're here now, we're here always.
2 minutes are up.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Roger, very much. Moving right along. Are there any other public comment?
Mr. Chair, we have David McKinney waiting. David, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, David. Can you state whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
I'm David McKinney, and I'm representing the Miami Design Preservation League. I live at 1020 Meridian Avenue. The Preservation League has looked extensively at the history of this building, and we fully support the staff recommendations on there for this application. There is an aspect of this building that you really can't tie it to one historical period. And we don't really think that the architectural elements as they exist are indicative of either the design elements of a particular period in Miami architecture. And one concern is the balcony, their treatments, the glass balcony treatments. We do not think they're compatible for the district, and we would ask that the applicant revisit those. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close the public comment. Owner rebuttal?
Yes. A quick rebuttal, and I appreciate it. I just wanted to point out that the introduction, I understand the concerns about the glass railing, but you see many projects in this neighborhood. When the new construction is done, there is elements of glass to distinguish the new construction from some of the older construction. I also wanted to point out that this was never a 2-story district, as evident by, and I appreciated working with Roger, and I worked with his residents as much as we could. I understand that barring eliminating a 5-story building, they're coming from an 11-story building, where the zoning in that area allowed buildings of 11, 18 stories, 7 stories in the past. Now it's been reduced to 5, and that's where we're at. And we did as much as we could to reduce the massing, to minimize, and those who still wanted to could have ocean views from 2 blocks from the ocean may still have that. But barring not building anything, it's impossible to 100% address. And I did, and I just wanted to restate that we did, because Hotel 18, the applicant is the same ownership. They offered nothing to do with this application to address some of the concerns and adding landscaping on that site to try to address the concerns of the neighbors across the street.
Thank you very much, Alfredo. So that closes owner rebuttal. The next phase would be board discussion, I believe.
Mr. Chairman, can I clarify something real quick?
Real quick.
We introduced cable railing, and we reduced the amount of glass in the railing. So now we have cable railing on the top and cable railing at the bottom in a glass somewhere in between to prevent a ladder effect on the cable railing, but it may not be well defined in the elevations, and that would be my fault if the elevations are not properly done. But we did introduce on the top and the bottom cable railing and reduce the amount of glass.
Thank you very, very much for that. Now we're going to move to board discussion. Scott?
Yeah. When we first looked at this in May, I guess one of my main concerns was that front facade, and I kept questioning the design of that, where it just seems like it's one solid wall straight up. And I mean, I questioned the staff as to why there wasn't any requirement that it be maybe upper floors be set back. I questioned the applicant. I said, it seems like he's putting all the mass toward the front of the building. We're leaving the middle open, and which kind of benefits his anyone that's going to be going to the building or staying there. I understood some of the complaints from the residents in the neighborhood. With that all said, I think the applicant has tried his best to reach out to everybody, try to get everybody on board, to try to listen to our concerns. I still have that concern with the overall design, not so much the features. I mean, it's a nice building, but I guess the massing of that, where most of the massing is pushed to the front. When I think every other project in the city, we always like it, maybe toward the middle of the lot or the middle of the block. But again, with that all said, I think he's done a decent job of trying to, the applicant's done a decent job of trying to mitigate our concerns with that. When I look at the before and after renderings, it does seem to, that front facade does seem to be softened up quite a bit. So I'm not going to speak to much of the railings and some of the other details. I'll leave that to the other board members. But I guess I'm okay with that now. I still have that concern going forward with any other project, why, staff went along with that and why all that massing is pushed up to the front. But, the neighbors, we heard from Roger, one of the neighbors across the street, and he seemed to be, I guess, okay with the current design. I know his concerns are more now quality of life, with it being an active hotel. I don't know how much we can do as a board to address that. But it may be an issue with moving forward with him, with dealing with the city on certain things, as it relates to the operation of a hotel. But as far as the design goes, I can, I'm okay with what I'm seeing now. But I just want to keep saying, something I'll keep looking at as long, for the last, however long I'm here on the board, projects that come to and kind of push the massing, sort of impose it on other people and not the people that are going to be benefiting from the project itself. I think that overall that's a design that I don't really, really care for. But again, with what's being proposed, with the way the applicant did reach out to the neighbors, did try to take most of our concerns into consideration, I'm okay with moving forward on this project.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Scott. Rick? Rick?
Yes, sorry about that. Yeah, I also appreciate the applicant's effort here to bring down the scale, to work with the comments of the board. To the point about the amount of glass in the buildings we've been seeing, I'm glad to see that this building has some wall remaining. It's not like we're seeing a full glass wall to wall. There is some relationship of wall to glass, definitely larger than other historic buildings, but this seems to be the trend, and I appreciate not seeing all glass. With regard to the comments of the railings, I do agree that staying away from full glass railings is good for this neighborhood. It's good. I'm happy to see some articulation. I know Luis mentioned that there might be some additional design elements that are not in our design packages. And I do recognize the challenge of design by committee. As a designer, it's tough to take in, different tidbits of information and hope to have a great design at the end of the process. And to that being said, I think that the previous design had a really interesting element, in that trellis across the top. And, the new design now, I think, might benefit from having the two separate eyebrows at the top balconies, perhaps be continuous, maybe even recover some of that trellis character as a way of giving the building a kind of floating cornice, if you will. Overall, I'm in favor of this project moving forward, and I trust that the staff can work with the architect to finalize any details.
Thank you very much, Rick. Barry? Barry?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry for the delay. I'm greatly appreciative of the improvements. Certainly, I agree with Scott in reference to the massing, but I think there's been a give and take here. And the people in this building need just as much enjoyment as those on the outside, though I would have liked to see some more. But this is a great improvement. I like the articulation of the elevation with the reduction of the glass. I was a person in favor of that horizontal element on the roof, but when I see the massing reduced, I'm fine with it, and I'm in favor of the project.
Thank you very much. Next, Max.
Thanks. Yeah, I think the update is it reflects the guidance and direction from the board previously. We haven't been talking much about the loading zone variance. I was kind of on the lookout for that since I saw there was updated information available. I'm supportive of the variance. I think the overflow, it sounds a little bit far away, but if it's truly overflow and not going to be used that much, it's not going to lead to a lot of extra traffic there. So that said, I'm supportive of the changes. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Max. Kirk?
Thank you. I think there's a lot of compromises here, and I think we've made progress. A couple of points I just want to say, since our last hearing on this project was not technically an actual public hearing. I do think that it's a shame that we had two contributing MIMO buildings by two excellent MIMO architects. And the reason why we're here is we have no documentation, right? I mean, technically this board could have asked, the actual structures are existing. The facades have been drastically changed and we don't have the documentation. So instead of two-story MIMO buildings fronting the street, we have a much larger building, and that's where we are. To Scott's point, which I thought was excellently stated, and initially these were two MIMO buildings built within a few years of each other, same owners as I understand it, with a shared courtyard, right? And we have those sort of projects that come before us often. And as Scott was talking about it, I agree very much with what he and the other board members were saying. I think, as has happened with other projects, I mean, at least there is an interior court in this project. Might have been nice if that view corridor through the center of the building could have been carried through the way that it was in the initial court, side facing MIMO buildings. But we are where we are. And, I think we've made progress, and I do think it's a compromise. So I'm supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Nancy? Nancy?
Good. I just unmuted.
You're good, Nancy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, when we looked at this the last time, I hated the project. I hated the whole idea of what was happening. It was just a big bumbling building. At top layer, just like ornaments on the top of the roof, was silly. But then, and I by the way, I did speak to the lawyer for the project, and I understood that these changes were coming, which relieved my heart. The reason is that James Avenue has a very special meaning in this city. It was a wonderful complex during the earlier years. The elderly were there. Everybody lived happily. There was no worries about losing the building or the concept of it. But then, of course, in the 80s, that silly looking so-called Art Deco building, which I can't imagine was an Art Deco building, that undid James Avenue. There are other things that are happening to undo the significance and the pleasure of seeing a street like that. So when I saw all the changes, I figured that was the best we can do. I'm certainly in favor of it. I hope we don't have too many more buildings come along trying to be glitzy and showy. We don't need that on James Avenue. It belongs elsewhere. So I'm happy to do it. I hope we don't have to see many more buildings like this, but it is a much better looking place the way it is now. I have to compliment Louis Revolta on it. It was good.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Thank you, Nancy, and thank you, Luis. It's now my turn. I'm still troubled, and I'm struggling with this project. To quote my fellow board member Kirk, I have a problem with the scale. Throughout this project, the architects have tried to compare this block of James Avenue with the block across the street. And I think if one looks at this block in its entirety, one sees, with one exception, all the buildings are of similar scale. And to me, scale is the most important thing. It's the definition of the area. And I find that this new building, although it is an improvement, still suffers that problem. I've taken the liberty to take one of Luis's drawings to show that the building in yellow is what was there and shows the height of that on his new building. And the pink is the additional stories. Even though height increase is allowed, I firmly believe that this block we should try to maintain the scale of this block. And this building, although there's a 7-foot reduction in the overall picture, to me, 7 feet is a nice figure to throw out, but it just doesn't help the problem of the scale of the building. I have taken note of the neighbors' comments, and I agree with them that the Secretary of Interior Standards talks about compatibility and scale, and I think this is still too big. It's not set back. It fronts on the street, even though the buildings move back, it still is one solid mass on the street. It is not in keeping with the character of the rest of the block, and I think it's a first stepping stone in our new generation of what may come before us in the future to destroy this block, as well as most of the other blocks there have been destroyed by taller buildings in the past. Therefore, I find it very difficult to support. I understand my fellow board members' rationale, and it is a great improvement, and I think it's a very nice building, but for the reasons stated, I do have a problem with it. Thank you. Debbie, shall we move to close discussion and have a motion?
I would appreciate a motion, yes, if we have one from the board. One quick correction, if there is going to be a motion to approve, I would request that the page 5 of the draft order, the second paragraph after the lettering be amended to reflect the plans that we have reviewed today, which is not the March 9th plans, but those would be the June 15th plans, so that we are clear with building permit review which plans are being reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you. If someone would like to make a motion, please.
I would move it. My question has to do with the rails, because there was a lot of bouncing around with the rails. Do we have sufficient consensus on where we're going with the rails?
Is that something that we would leave to the staff to work out with the owner?
So if I could, I looked at the plans, and right now the railing design in the current plans shows a glass rail, but with, it looks like a horizontal, 2 horizontal bars at the top, so the amount of glass in the railing has been reduced. If the board is okay with that, then I don't think we need an added condition, but if you would like to modify that for elimination of glass, we could go with all horizontal, or whatever iteration you would like. But if we go with staff, I have no problem reviewing the design of the glass. I would just like a little bit of clear direction whether or not the general concept that's currently before you is okay, or if you would like to see glass eliminated completely, would be helpful.
Well, the architect had mentioned that, I think he said on the first balconies and the top were going to be cable rails. Did I understand that correctly?
Mr. Klein, to the board, Louis could clarify the renderings if you allow him.
So I, at the last meeting, I said in response to Daniel's comments, is that I, as an architect, love horizontal railings, love cable railings, but they provide a ladder effect that I don't feel comfortable providing in our buildings. And therefore, what I try to do is reduce the amount of glass and put a couple of railings at the bottom and a couple of cables at the bottom. I think 2 or 3 cables at the top. But the mid part, in which a kid could potentially easily use as a ladder with glass. I just feel very uncomfortable for a professional and a personal liability if a kid ever climbs up a horizontal railing. I love them. As I said before, the only place I am using them, it's in a condominium a small condo that I have in St. John Virgin Islands, mine. I don't rent it. I will take care of my grandchildren. But other than that, please, I beg you, let me have a compromise. We don't have to provide a full horizontal or cable railing.
Okay,
I know you broke up.
I think that this should be worked out with the staff. I don't think we should spend more time on this at this time. We have a motion, I believe, or no?
Yeah, I was moving it with the adjustment referring to the June 15th plans per Debbie's recommendation.
And
we add in that the rails would be subject to staff approval.
And Kirk, this is for the certificate of appropriateness, correct? The motion to approve?
Correct.
Okay, so we have a motion for to approve the certificate of appropriateness. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Mr. Klein seconded it. I'm going to take the roll call. Scott?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Nancy?
Said yes.
Unmute.
I read her lips.
Nancy is.
I don't know why it keeps turning off. Yes.
Thank you. Max?
Yes.
Kirk?
Yes.
Jack?
No.
Barry?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Now we need a second motion for the variance. The variance is for the elimination of the on-site loading spaces. Do I have a motion to approve the variance?
I'll make that motion.
Motion made by Barry. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Rick. Let's take the roll. Scott?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Max?
Yes.
Kirk?
Yes.
Jack?
No.
Okay, and then Barry and Rick were the motion makers, so that has been passed. The variance is approved. That is the end of this application. Thank you, Alfredo, and
Thank you very
Louis.
much, and I'll see you later today.
Thank you very much, Alfredo.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next application. It's HPV file 20-0377. This is 3120 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the total demolition of the garage structure and the construction of a new hotel building and variances from the minimum hotel unit size, side facing a street setback, and signage requirements. This particular property contains 3 existing contributing buildings. It is located between Collins Avenue and Indian Creek, so it does have those 2 frontages. Back in 2016, there was an application that came before the board for some small 1-story ground level additions. So that was 3 small ground level additions. That project also included a substantial amount of site work and a significant restoration component for the Mediterranean Revival buildings. That would be the Mediterranean Revival House that fronts onto Indian Creek, as well as the garage structure. The garage structure at that time was also converted into a food and beverage venue. So there were alterations that were approved by the board for that structure. Currently, the applicant is wishing to remove the garage, maintain the existing home that has been beautifully restored on Indian Creek. And they're also currently proposing significant additional restoration work for the contributing hotel building on Collins Avenue. This was originally the Rendale Hotel. Primarily, staff had met with the applicant. We had urged them to consider window replacement. The existing windows in the building, in staff's opinion, have had a serious adverse impact on the architectural character of the building. We do not believe they are appropriate to the original architecture, and the applicant has agreed to perform that work. So we just wanted to thank them. We do believe that will make a significant improvement on the historic character of the entire property with the proposed additional restoration of that building. I know in your packet, you also were provided with some photographs of the previous restoration that was part of the 2016 approval. And you can see not only have the exteriors of the buildings been renovated and restored, but the interiors. So we have the public interior of the Rendale Hotel, which has been restored. And we have the interiors of the single family home that was also restored. And it's important to point out that the interior of that single family home structure is not considered a public interior. So by ordinance, that area normally would not be protected. So we also wanted to thank the applicant for maintaining some of those very significant interior features of the home, which is now functioning as a guest room space. In place of the garage, they are proposing an expansion of the hotel for additional units. So a new building, a new 5-story building is proposed. Staff is generally supportive of the proposed design, which we believe does a good job at integrating the different architectural styles. It's a very unique property because it has been layered over time. We have obviously the Mediterranean Revival structures. We have the Art Deco hotel, which were built at different periods, but both highly indicative of the period in which they were designed and built. So we do believe it's appropriate to add an additional layer, which is part of the site's history, which would be a new contemporary building, but designed in a manner that recalls certain and takes inspiration from certain historical features, but done in a very contemporary manner. We do have some recommended modifications with regard to the area along the roof, specifically the tall parapet. We are asking that to be reduced as much as possible in order to, again, reduce the mass and the impact specifically on the Indian Creek side of the project, where we have a smaller scale building. Finally, we would note that there is somewhat of an unsightly FP&L back of house type area with backflow preventers that are disorganized, that are highly visible. They were approved as part of the previous project, but we have urged, and the applicant has agreed, to clean up. They're going to extend the site wall, which will significantly obscure this utilitarian area from pedestrian view. So we're very pleased about that. We are recommending approval. The variance, I think Michael Belushi is on the line, but the first variance is with regard to the hotel unit size. They are asking for hotel unit size for the new units. We are supportive of that. We are not supportive of variances 2 through 5, which are the requested signage variances. We do not believe that there is any hardship to grant the signage variances, and so we are recommending denial of those. Michael, if you're on the line, do you have anything else to add about the variances?
Sure. Thank you, Debbie. Regarding the signage, they are proposing signs on the west, south, and east elevation of the new building. However, only the west elevation, that's the portion that faces Indian Creek Drive, and that is allowed. The code requires the signage must front a street. The signage that's located on the east elevation is blocked by the building to the east, and the signage on the south elevation is abutting on another lot, so that's not allowed by the code. So each of those signs that they're proposing on the east and the south elevation require 2 variances, one for the location and one for the size. They are allowed the sign on the west, and they could install a sign on the north elevation. So we believe there's opportunity for signage and cannot support the variances requested. And regarding the last variance for number 6, which is regarding paving, the code requires a 7'6" setback from the north side, that's the street side. And they're proposing 7'2". It's just a matter of shaving off a portion of their deck to comply with the code. It's so minimal we can't support that variance. They're recommending denial of that variance. So as in summary, as Debbie said, we are recommending a variance of the room size variance, which is typical for hotel room sizes in this district, and are recommending denial of variances 2 through 6.
Thank you very much, Michael. Moving along, is there a presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. How are you?
Hi.
This is
Hi, how are
Michael
you?
Larkin.
And
Good to
Mr.
see
Chair,
you.
before the applicant begins, I'd like to swear in any presenters who will be providing testimony. So I'd like to ask the presenters if they would swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in their testimony to this board.
Yes.
I do.
Okay, thank you. You have 10 minutes.
Great. Good morning, board members, staff. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. With me today is Peter DeWitt and Mark Hosking from Generator, Todd Tragash and Dory Bortman are architects, and my colleague, Bobby Behar. With regard to the variances, staff is recommending approval, and we're appreciative of the variance with regard to the hotel unit size. We are withdrawing the variance request with regard to the patio area adjacent to the side street, so we're not going forward with that. And Todd's going to go into some greater detail about the signage of variances that we think are necessary. I wake up this morning and I see on CNN.com how Miami is now the epicenter of this worldwide virus. And it just, you all should be commended along with the city for providing this welcoming atmosphere to continue to present and go forward with applications. It's not as easy as in person. Zoom is become a necessary mechanism. So we appreciate you all still continuing to go forward and hear us. Generators had great success at this property. They have restored the Med Revival building along Indian Creek and the Art Deco building along Collins. And they achieved some great success here. That's why they're coming back asking you all for some additional units today. The significant element of our development program is, of course, entails the demolition of the former garage structure, which is in the middle of the site. It really cannot be seen from Collins or Indian Creek. It's the least significant of the 3 contributing buildings within the property. This board permitted a similar demolition with regard to the Peter Miller Hotel. It was not identically situated. There, the garage was recessed further from the side street, but it was deemed to be an accessory building that was not significant, and this board permitted its demolition. I'm mindful of the time limitation, so what I want to do now is turn over to Todd Tragash, and Todd is going to walk you through the presentation.
Hello, my name is Todd Tragash, and is the presentation, the city's going to put the presentation on? Okay. Actually, this portion of the presentation was client was going to just give a brief description of who Generator is. So Michael, would you like them to begin that?
Yes, sure. Is that going to be Peter or Mark? So Peter or Mark, whichever one, you can ask to be promoted by raising your hand at the bottom of the Zoom screen. And then Jessica will recognize you and promote you.
Hi, Mark. Before you speak, can you state whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Thank you.
Right. Thanks very much. Good morning, members of the board and staff. As introduced by our team, my name is Mark Hosking. I'm the Senior Development Manager here at Generator Group. I'll be very quick because I know time's of the essence this morning, but I wanted to echo Michael's comments to start by saying a massive thank you. We understand the challenges at the moment and sincerely appreciate the efforts, the great efforts that Miami Beach has gone to organise this board hearing via Zoom today. We're very excited, genuinely very excited to have the opportunity to present and speak with you today. I'll let the team talk more to the specifics of the project, but I thought I'd just take a moment or two now to tell you a little bit about us. We go to the next slide, please. So Generator as a business, we have a strong vision, and effectively what we mean by this is, from a design perspective, we like to create spaces that feel unique and bespoke. And I really mean that in that we like no two spaces to be the same. All of our hotels are different, and we sort of different from other brands in that they seek to have brand standards where everything looks uniform, as we like our guests to feel that they're walking into a totally different hotel every time they come to one of ours. The next slide, please. So I thought I'd just give a quick overview for some context for you on who we are as a business. From a global perspective, we have two brands. One is Generator and the other is Freehand. We have one of each, I'll get to in a moment, one of each in Miami Beach. All up, we have 19 hotels, 13 in Europe, 6 in the United States. And we offer a range of accommodation types to cater for business, leisure, and travelers of all types. So if you walk into one of our lobbies, you'll see a real great cross-section of people. All of our hotels, I mentioned we pride ourselves on design, it's true, and we have chill-out areas, social spaces, and in every hotel we have food and beverage outlets operated by local operators, which is the same as we have in Miami. So I talked at the beginning about us having an interest in unique hotels, and I really do mean that. Of the 19 hotels we have, 14 of them are in historic character buildings, and historic character buildings really are core to our brand. An example of that, which I think is a lovely building, is the George Washington Hotel in New York. It was built in 1930 and had a very significant historic restoration completed in 2016. It's owned and operated by us, the Generator Group, under our Freehand brand, but through the restoration project, we retained, restored, and truly enhanced the historic nature of the building. The photo on the bottom right of the screen is the George Washington Bar. It's very, very popular and a beautiful place, but we spent a lot of time restoring the cornices, architraves, and the flooring in full. In addition to that, there was extensive historic facadism, and we refurbished the facade, as well as all 400 guest rooms. So I just thought I'd give you some context in terms of who we are as a brand and sort of how we see historic restoration, and thought I'd show you an example of one we've done previously. We could go to the next slide, please. So bringing it down to Miami now, Miami Beach is our, really, from a global perspective, is our key focus, and will be for the next 10 plus years. As a business, we absolutely love Miami Beach. We truly do. It was actually our first US outpost, and now having 2 hotels there, it really is our home city in the US. So from my perspective, this application today at Generator, which we call Building E, it's our first of what we hope will be many great projects in Miami Beach. And as I mentioned at the start, we have 2 hotels there at the moment, which are operating. One is the Generator Miami, which has the Building E application, which is the subject of today's discussions. We hope that's successful. And then in addition to that, we have the Freehand Miami Hotel, which is just down the road a few blocks on Indian Creek Drive. It's an 80 guest room boutique hotel. And I thought I'd mention it today because we're looking to do in not dissimilar fashion to we've done at Generator, which is what we're talking about today. We're looking to do a significant and quite a large historic restoration of that asset over the next 12 months. And I thought I'd flag it because we look forward to dealing with you and talking with the team more over the coming 12 months on the Freehand restoration project as well. So look, I won't go on too much longer, but I truly hope that you find our application complete and compelling, and we genuinely look forward to your feedback and thoughts today. Thank you. I'll pass it over to.
And if we can have the architectural presentation, I'd love to take you through it. Okay. So this is a photograph with the rendered building in the center, which is the new construction. This is a view looking from Indian Creek and 32nd Street, looking to the southeast. And in the right-hand side, you can see the 1920s Mediterranean residence. It was the Schmidheiser residence. It was built in 1926. And then on the other corner, this is the corner at Indian Creek, the other corner at Collins Avenue and 32nd, you can see the 8-story Rindell, which is an 8-story 1940s Art Deco hotel. And then the project that we're presenting today is the one in the center. So you can see that is a 5-story, I say a 4.5 because the upper floor is only 1 unit, but it shows the overall context of the project. Go to the next slide. And so on the lower portion of the sheet, you can see the existing site plan. And so on the right-hand side is Collins Avenue, the left-hand side is Indian Creek, and then 32nd Street. It's pretty much half the block. And so we're just tagging them with letters, but Building A is the 1926 Mediterranean home that was converted into hotel rooms. Next to it is Building B. That was also built in 26. It was a detached accessory garage. It's the Building A, which is the residence, is facing Indian Creek, but it basically faces the corner of Indian Creek and 32nd Street. But Building B is set back 32 feet from from 32nd Street, and it faces north on 32nd Street. And then Building
by the way,
C.
Your 10 minutes are up.
I think we should allow them 5 more minutes.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. So Building C is the 1940s Art Deco building, 8 stories high. There is a swimming pool in the center that was done in the 50s by Norman Giller. And what was also of note of interest is the architect for the Mediterranean building, as well as the 1940s building, was E.L. Robertson. And he was, it's interesting that an architect would span that period and produce two substantial buildings in 2 different styles. And Building D is a mechanical building that is not viewed by the public right away, and it just houses some equipment. So if you look on the top of the page, there you can see we're proposing the demolition of the accessory building, the garage, detached garage, and to have a new building, Building E. And you can see it's closer to the street, but it's still in line with the setback of Building A. And it gives more room around the pool, and it also gives more room between Building A and what was Building B. Next slide, please. So this is the hotel, the 1940s, at the corner of Collins and 32nd. And just a few things to mention is, so we did a very thorough job in the restoration of this. We were able to get back all of the masonry openings and fenestration on the ground level. In the center, you can see the curved eyebrows. They have these bas relief panels. But the one thing that we didn't do here, a few things that we didn't do here that we're proposing, is the window configurations, the divisions. We left them as they were. And what we're proposing is we're going to replace those windows with the accurate configuration from the 1940s. Another element is at the very top of the parapet in the center, there were 2 flagpoles. We're proposing to put those flagpoles back. And then at the very corner at the street level, there was a pole sign, and I'll show you that later. We're proposing to put that back. Next slide, please. So this is a photograph as it is. So you can see the residence on the corner, and then you can see how the detached garage is been converted into, it's 1 hotel room at the top, and it's food and beverage operation on the ground floor, and it's set back with a fabric awning in front and then landscaped. Next slide, please. So here we just want to show the detail that we went in restoring the residence. And so at the very corner, you'll see where the entrance is. It's a scalloped arched entry, but then on the upper left at the corner, you can see a balconette. That was all closed in. We had great historic photographic documentation, as well as microfilm. We were able to restore that to the way it was. The details, there's many details in here. So go to the next slide and I'll show you some of the details. This was the photograph of the original house in 1926. And so you can see that above the doorway where the railing is and the balconette, we're able to reclaim that, as well as many of these other features. Next slide, please. So here you can see on the left, this is the balconette where the stairway is. It's a 2-story volume. The stairway is intact inside. The pointed arch, the bas-relief tracery, the medallion at the top where the eave is, the scalloped portions of the eave, the metalwork around, the grill work around all the windows. All this was restored, and it wasn't. It took a lot of effort to do it accurately, and we're very pleased with how it came out. On the right-hand side, you can see what was a sleeping porch on the 2nd floor. All the corbels and wood were all stuccoed over. One main thing I said, we also did replace all the windows in here, matching the configurations and bringing it all up to code. And next slide, please. This is that scalloped entryway. So you can see the unique form of this entrance, the mosaic tiles, the quarry tiles, the original ones that are there, the original door and lock set of the entryway. It really has a lot of character in this house. And then inside.
Okay, I'm sorry, Todd. The one thing I need to know, we need to move as to what you're proposing to do. We appreciate the great work that you've done, but that's not relevant to this discussion. We need to know about the garage and your new building and that type of thing. I give you 2 minutes for that because your presentation has been great, but it doesn't address the issue this time.
Okay, I will do that. So I'll go. So we can go back to the presentation so I can just go. I think if I can just go through these very quickly. Next slide. This basically shows what the building is now. Next slide. Next slide. This on the left shows the historic building from the 1940s. There you can see the flagpoles and the pole sign. Next slide. These are some of the restorations of the panels. Next slide. Some of the interiors. Next slide. The pool restoration. Next slide. So this shows the overall context. So if you look at this context, it's surrounded by a lot of large buildings. The Portugal Towers on the across the street on the north. Faina at the corner. You have the Marble Terrace apartments, the Rio Hotel. But what this really shows is the context of the 2-story barrel tile roofs in the front, the new building that we're proposing. As I'm saying, it's 4.5 stories because the north side is 4 stories, the south side is the other story, and the context of the 8-story existing hotel. Next slide. And this shows, and I think this is a great example of showing the context of putting in an infill project where you have such a diversity of mass and height. And so you have this 2-story volume on Indian Creek on the west, you have this 8-story on Collins Avenue, and then this, I'll say, is a 4.5, 5-story addition in the center. Next slide. This is the back of the hotel. So we've created a lot more space in between here, contiguous space. Next slide. This is going back to the composition. Next slide. I'll just go through very, very quickly. So this is just the plan. So you can see it's a small footprint. There's a portion of the food and beverage, some back of house, and some bathrooms that serve the pool deck. Next slide. This is the typical floor. There's 6 rooms, 4 facing the 32nd Street, 2 facing the pool. Next slide. And then the 1 guest room on the 5th level. Next slide. And this shows the context. Next slide. These are showing where the signage is on the right-hand side. It's more than signage, it's more of a logo of the G. Next slide. And these Gs are both on the east, west, and then also facing the pool on the south side. They're quite small. They're 18 inches, 4 by 4.5 square feet. Next slide. This is one comment that I wanted to bring this. The staff is asking us to reduce the height of the parapet, and our concern for the reduction, if it's too much, is that the equipment will be visible. So we had an 8-foot high parapet. Staff is saying the minimum requirement is 3'6". We'd like to put it a little bit higher than 3'6", and we're proposing to bring it down to 6 feet. And we feel like the overall distance of that is 1.5 feet or 24 inches higher, that it would really protect the view of the mechanical equipment. And the mechanical equipment, just to say, is not only the equipment itself, but it has to sit on a stand. So to do this correctly, we feel like if we can go to 6 feet.
Are you almost done? We really need to speed this up.
Yes, I'll conclude with that, and I'll open for any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, Debbie, is public comment.
Yes, we have Jean-Francois Lejeune. Jean-Francois, are you with us?
And before we hear from the public, do any board members have any disclosures to make on this application?
I do. I had two phone conversations with the architect.
Okay, anyone else?
I had one conversation with the architect.
Okay. Anyone else? Nancy, I see your hand raised. I think you're on mute.
Okay. I have had communication with the lawyer, Michael Larkin.
Okay. Is there anyone else? Okay, seeing no one, I think our first member of the public is Jean-Francois. I'd like to remind you that you are still under oath. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I won't, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I won't need 2 minutes. I wanted to praise this project. I didn't know the project. I had seen the renovation of the larger structure as well as the house, but I find this proposal exactly the right type of infill design that needs to happen in our historic district. And sorry to say, but the quality of this project really contrasts with the banality of the project that you just approved a couple of minutes ago. There's very interesting element in this project, particularly the sort of recessed insertion of the windows behind the facade with a slight difference in the angle. That actually is not only something that makes a lot of sense in the context of the historic district, but also probably, even though it would need more analysis, probably also for the sun loads and the sort of energy needs that the building will eventually require. I also do not understand why the staff would ask to reduce the height of the parapet. The height of the parapet is needed in order to create the very good proportions that these buildings provide along the street. So for me, it is a very good project, and I congratulate the architect.
Thank you, Jean-Francois. Anyone else in the public comment?
Yes, we have David McKinney next. David, are you with us?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, and with the Preservation League, and we wanted to extend our thanks to Generator and to Todd, and therefore, because we really have gone back and forth and had lots of discussions in a presentation on this project. We very much support the restoration on 3120, but unfortunately we do not support the demolition of the garage structure. We really see this as part of the entire estate, and it will be the loss of a substantially intact estate, and I use intact from the 2016 staff report to the Preservation Board. What we will also do in this is alter the scale of the block. And if you go to the Secretary's standards, they require minimal change to the building, the site, and the environment. And this will all be done here. Again, I wish I had the original rendering that Todd showed you, because the importance of the garage is shown in that original rendering. You see the garage along with the building. And the other aspect of this is that this is a extremely tight site. And when you do actually visit it, you will you get the feeling of what occurs there. And with the addition in height and the doubling of the footprint, basically you get the feeling that the residents will be crowded out of the block. Finally, what we have here, as Todd said, is a perfect example right now of the evolution of this block. You have the Art Deco, their hotel, you walk out and you see the estate. So you really see how the this part of the city evolved through time. So I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, David. Any other public comment? Okay, moving.
Yes, we do. We have Mr. Ciraldo is on the line. Daniel, are you with us?
Yes, thank you. So yes, I also wanted to thank Daniel Ciraldo, Miami Design Preservation League. I wanted to thank the architect and the applicant. MDPL, we didn't have a lot of information from the package, and so the advocacy committee decided that it was very important to visit the site to really see that garage up close. And there was talk that maybe the garage had been altered beyond its original contributing state. But what I found personally going there is, the garage is a really interesting part of that site. It's right next to the kind of the big house, a mansion that's been beautifully restored. And it tells a different story, a story of the garage or the servants' quarter above. It's a story that I think these days we're seeing more and more, that we want to tell the story of the different people that lived in Miami Beach, not just the owner, but maybe, the other people that really contributed to our city. And so, I just want to reiterate that I think, it's unfortunate that that is in this current site plan, that there, wasn't that consideration, but there might be an option there's a separate building that wasn't mentioned, but it's sort of a service building that's not contributing. And maybe there's an option to look at that and place these new hotel rooms there. But I just want to reiterate, we feel that, it's not the mansion, but that the garage, it's an important typology that would be lost if this goes forward. So we thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Very enlightening. Any other public comment? Hearing, yes, Debbie? Okay, no. Hearing none. No. We close public comment and move on to board discussion. Who would like to go first? Nancy?
I am unmuted all the time. I don't understand.
You're not now.
No, because I figured out how to get. Anyway, first of all, I want to comment on one of the criticisms that the quote signage should not be considered as in the variance section. If you notice, these are not the usual signs that come to us. These are not even considered signs as far as I'm concerned. They are more of a unique stamp, a unique art form placed on the building. I hope that you've all seen the large part of it in the package. So I want to.
Nancy, we lost you. Nancy?
Okay, let's try it again.
Back on. Continue,
okay.
Please. Yes.
I'm back on?
Yes. Move on.
Okay. So I commend the owner, I believe it was the owner who presented, for really taking the time to give us preserved historic buildings, in a sense, rather than a building that had to be glorified or additions added. It seems that that's how they do it. So I respect that concept. And lastly, I think that the buildings are a great mix of architectural styles that came down through the years. I don't think the garage added much to it, except that it happens to be there. It happens to be in the way of the wonderful outdoor area that was done by, I believe, Norman Giller. Correct me if I'm wrong. That was designed by him. And to try to have that garage sitting in the middle of it all, that just doesn't seem right. The preservation of the original building is substantial, and it really is the gem of the spot, including the other two hotels, which I think are the new one. I think it's a very nice little addition in that space. And of course, the historic larger hotel is a wonderful looking building.
Thank you, Nancy. I'm going to take the chairman's prerogative and interject myself here. I want to comment on this. I completely disagree with Nancy on this. Here you have a very important group of residential buildings, a main house, a garage, and yard in the middle of a very dense urban development. It is one of the last of its type. The garage has many important architectural features and is an integral part of the design of the property, and it should be preserved as they've done a great job with the rest of the property. They could build additional rooms where the service building is, but this is a extremely rare example. There may be the only example in this part of Miami Beach of a residential complex the way it was throughout history, and it should be preserved intact as it is. It is not necessary to build a 5 or 6 story building on the property other than for economic reasons. You have a golden opportunity here. You say you're a preservationist. You've done a great job in the past, and it would continue to be a great job if you restored this garage with the open space around it, as it is a contributing building and it completes the complex as it is. So I am firmly opposed to the demolition of the garage, and would hope that you would take this to heart, restore it, and we would have for Miami Beach a magnificent complex of historic buildings the way they were in their entirety. Thank you. Moving right along, Kirk. Kirk.
Thank you. I'm here. I'm having a hard time with this one. A couple of things I want to say. First off, both the freehand and generator. You guys bring great allure to the city, and I think from a historic preservation perspective, the way I see it, a lot of that allure has to do with the authenticity and the adaptive reuse that you've done with other buildings. And I think you've done a great job, and you've brought a great deal of excitement to our tourism in Miami Beach, connected with historic preservation. I also greatly appreciate the improvements to the Rendale, including the windows and the pole sign and the flag poles. I think he did a really great job with that. I think he did a great job with the historic structure. Where I'm having a real problem, when you look at the, in our packets, the original building card from the accessory structure, and I do not also to capitalize on what Mr. Serraldo said, you call it a garage. It was a 2-story structure. It was an accessory structure, but I don't know that just calling it the garage is giving it credit. But my point is that aside from the exterior stair, between the current proposal for demolition and the original building card, it appears to me that this building, at least the facade facing the street, is intact. And I have a hard time with that. I go back to the historical photo you just showed in your presentation, Mr. Tregesh, which had the original residence. It looked like, I don't know if it was a 20s or 30s, it was a black and white photo, and it had the accessory structure in the background. And those structures, they complement each other. It's very clear in the image you just showed how they complement each other. The new design, I think, is nice, but the fact remains, in my mind, the accessory structure complements the original residence. When you remove that complementing structure and put the new structure, as nicely designed as it may be, the original residence stands alone. And staff mentioned it themselves in their report. 1926 was an important year in our history, the 1926 hurricane, and there wasn't a lot built during that time frame. So to just shrug off that structure, it's hard for me. And I want your project to be successful. I want your brand to be successful. I want you to keep investing and being in Miami Beach. But for my role on this board, I can't see shrugging off the importance of that existing 1926 building. Lastly, I know the site presents its own challenges, and I'm not sure that the idea that a 1926 historic accessory structure possibly couldn't be compatibly added onto, but to just remove that important piece of history, particularly in the way that it so nicely complements the existing historic residence, which again will stand alone in an area that is all modern periods of architecture, as the lone representative of that 1926 period. I don't want to be dramatic because, again, I think, you bring great work to our city, but I can in good conscience support the demolition of that accessory structure at this time for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Next, Max.
Thank you. I was going to mention the patio variance, but since that's withdrawn, can leave that alone. I'll weigh in as well on the justification for demolition. I'm not really comfortable with the implication that because it's an accessory structure that is sufficient on its own. I think they can be significant. I don't know if in this case being complementary makes it important, but I would be interested in a more thorough analysis of how, what that case would be, and then what are the design alternatives that would incorporate or preserve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Max. Barry?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, I understand the board's, the members who have spoken, their position on the accessory structure. What comes to my mind when I look at the tall building on the east, the original residence on the west, I see this big void surrounded by these tall buildings, especially the building directly to the north. And I find this to be a fine infill structure and don't have issue with that. I think it maintains a respectful step down to the residents, and I don't have the problem with it. I don't have the. Maybe I have the problem with just preservation for preservation's sake. I want a reuse. I want a building that relates to its surroundings. So in that sense, I am in favor of it.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Rick?
I think it's interesting. Had we been seeing this project as a proposal to renovate the hotel, renovate the house, and replace the garage structure, knowing we would have gotten a fantastic restoration of those two prominent buildings, we would have said, okay, well, that might be a reasonable thing to consider. If you're going to replace this little garage building and give us a great restoration, we might go for that. I think that the generator has been a great partner for the city in both preservation and development, and that they should not be punished for that. I think it's a very good proposal in terms of an infill structure. I think it's the right scale for it. I say this while really appreciating the architecture of the garage and auxiliary structure, because in and of itself, it's a beautiful building. It's a very delicately designed little structure, and it's in good condition. So why would you tear it down? The only thing that makes me more comfortable is to say that this is a changing neighborhood. The question of scale here was lost long ago, and this new scale is, I think, a very acceptable one, and I think it's a good proposal.
Thank you, Rick. Scott?
Yeah, I do have some concerns with this project. As far as demolition, I would really love to see that accessory building or garage, whatever we want to call it, remain. I think there's a way to keep it with that and still build on the site. With that said, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but not for what's being proposed. I don't want this to come off like I'm attacking the architect, but to me, the building looks like a college dormitory. You have, it's basically a box. You have outside stairwells. You have an outside stairwell 11.5 feet from the historic home, which seems to just, the building itself kind of dwarfs the home being so close. And it just doesn't, I don't know. Again, we all have our opinions on the design. To me, it just doesn't seem like an overall great design. I don't know why those stairwells couldn't be inside the building. I think that would make a big improvement. As far as how it's sited on the lot, I don't like the way that it is so close to the historic home. If you take that building, or assuming you change the design a little bit, and instead of having the longitudinal axis or longitudinal axis be east-west, it goes north-south. You can push it away from that home a little bit. Sure, you may have a smaller pool deck area, but it sort of opens up that home, and it may allow you to keep that garage structure there and add on to it. So there are some ideas that you can look at. It's just what's being proposed. I won't go along with the demolition for this particular design. As far as the variances, I kind of would be. I'm complete opposite of what the staff is recommending. I would be okay with the signage. The size of the hotel room, variance, I just can't understand that at all. This is a new building. Remember, there were a lot of code amendments made to make some of these sort of part of the code. It wasn't done in this district. I'm sure there was a reason why, where it just wasn't by right. You can build smaller hotel rooms in new construction. So it comes to us. the justification that staff puts and also the applicant is in order to preserve the existing historical characteristics of the entire site, we need to basically have smaller hotel units. I don't understand that at all. The building you're putting here is kind of not keeping what's, well, again, this is opinion, but in my opinion, not keeping with the historical character of the neighborhood. But you're using that as a justification for smaller hotel units. You know, the applicant saying constructing a building to fit in the developable space without substandard unit sizes creates a burden on the applicant. The only burden I see there is a financial burden. And it's something that we're not supposed to consider when we consider variances. So I just, I can't see that moving forward, at least the variance. And as far as the design, I have some issues with the design. I think you could alter the layout of the site layout to maybe keep that building. And I think if you do, the garage building, and if you do, I think that would go a long way toward, getting me on board and maybe some of the other board members. But, I just think overall, there are a lot of, I'll call them major issues I see with this project.
Thank you for your enlightening comments, Scott. They were very interesting, and I agree with them.
So, Mr. Chairman, can Todd have a moment to?
Oh, certainly. Sorry. A moment.
Okay. All right. So, Todd, would you like to address the demolition and then the design of the new structure?
Sure. And I think the first thing I just want to address is the importance of, there's 3 structures on here. And when we look at the historical integrity of all 3 structures, this was, although it's an interesting building and it was built at the same time in the same architect, but putting it in context, it doesn't rise to the level of the quality of the historic architecture of the other 2 buildings. And so in any time when we're working on projects, and I've been practicing here since 1985, and worked on a lot of projects, there's always some compromises. And I think if we look at this in a macro level of what was done to the historic structures, and then this one structure that was, and to just quote the staff, it was a utilitarian purpose ancillary to the rest of the structures. It was on a side street. There has to be some sort of evaluation in terms of significance. And I'm not saying that it's not significant at all, but it doesn't rise to the level of the significance of the other structures.
But it is a contributing building with all due respect, so you can't minimize that.
Correct. But when you look at the contributing building and you look at the city's database, and they mention two structures, there's not 3 entries, there's 2. And if you look at each of those comments, it doesn't mention anything about the garage. It just mentions about the fine architecture of the home and the fine architecture of the hotel. So I'm just trying to say is, one last thing I just want to mention is you're talking about the economics, and it can't be for economics. What really preserves buildings is that they're economically viable. And here's a property that the owner has put us in charge of meticulously restoring 2 extremely important assets in a neighborhood that those assets are being overwhelmed by new construction. So this is a great example of Miami Beach's best architecture from the 1920s and of the 1940s. And we're asking to allow for, to be able to develop this project just like everyone else, that we can maximize the FAR on the site. And just look at, lastly, I just want to say is, looking at the location of Building B. Building B, which is being demolished, is actually closer to Building A. We're creating more room between them.
and building B is closer to the pool deck area, where it creates this very difficult spaces where we're trying to open this up and to fill in that gap. And there was one image that I tried to show, which was looking at 32nd Street and looking at it in its context. And this building, the way it's set back, the way it doesn't even have the public presence that you see. And I know these issues, but I would hope you would take all that.
Thank you, Todd. We really need to move on. Thank you for your comments. Moving on, Debbie, it appears to me that at least half the board has serious reservations about this project, either because of the historic garage demolition or because they have questions about the design and placement of the proposed new building. So therefore, should you think we should continue this and make a list of suggestions to the architect and owner as to what they should come back to the board with?
Yeah, I've heard a few different opinions from the board. I think any request for demolition, whether partial or total, is going to need 5 affirmative votes. It seemed like there were 2 to 3 strong no's. I don't want to put words in other board members' mouths, but it seemed like there was at least 2 solid no's, potentially a third. So I think the critical thing for the applicant to understand is, do we have 5 board members that would be willing to look at total demolition with changes to the design potentially? If not, then I think your options are to continue it, but it might be fruitless to continue it if you're not going to approve total demolition. It would more likely be the applicant would submit a new application for a new proposal to retain or partially retain the existing building. Okay. So I think, the applicant is listening. I see the ownership and counsel for the applicant. If they can express if they need any more direction, but I think from the board, it's kind of a tie at this point, whether or not we could go with total demolition or not. So those are 2 very different directions that this application could go in.
I agree with you. I agree with you there, Debbie. Mark Hosking here from the applicant. It would be very interesting to understand if we do have 5 board members who are interested in perhaps continuance, to see something that could then allow total demolition and the current application to continue.
Thank you.
Do you want to take a straw poll, Jack, as to the question?
Well, it depends how the question is worded. I, for one, would be very happy to see the new building incorporate somehow the garage. I think that would be a happy solution and follow the suggestions of Scott to modify the design of the new building, but incorporate the garage in some manner. If it were to be a vote to demolish the garage, I will not vote for that. And I don't want to torpedo the project. The owner and the architect have done amazing things for the city of Miami Beach, and I appreciate that. But on the other hand, I have to agree with MDPL suggestions and comments that this is an urban complex. The garage, to me, is equally as important to the main house because the architecture is similar, and it does show a part of Miami Beach that is very historic from 1926, and we should just not dismiss an ancillary building. An ancillary building can be as important as a major building. It depends on the design, it depends where it is, it depends on the use, and they are using it now for an important purpose, so I don't see why it couldn't be used. They mentioned that it's not being used appropriately. Well, they are using it for a room and for a bar or whatever with a canopy. It is a contributing feature for them economically, and architecturally, I think it's quite important to the complex. So I don't know how you word that in a proposal.
Well, Jack, but it's really a game of numbers at this point. So okay. We know you're very clear as to your analysis of the project. We did have other opinions on the board. So I think what the applicant needs to know is there a potential for 5 affirmative votes? Clearly not with the current design, because that has been expressed. But it appeared that even with the current design, we had maybe 3 board members that were comfortable with the total demolition. And I think Scott said he may be comfortable with it, pending, design changes. So I think what the applicant needs to understand is, do we have 5 potential affirmative votes for a new project in place of where the existing garage is? If that is clear that it's not going to happen, then I think the board could look at a different direction instead of just continuing this for the sake of continuing it. Do we have a motion? Does anyone have a motion to express at this point?
If I can interject, because I think there's 3 different options we're talking about, right? The current design. And by the way, Rick, I want to say this. Nobody, at least especially me, want to punish this applicant. I want to make that very clear. But what Scott was mentioning about trying to incorporate the existing garage structure, or at least the street-facing facade, I would support that. If it could be incorporating within the design and compatibly done. It sounds like there's 3 different options, right? You're talking about total demolition, Debbie, and so my question is, what are we being asked to vote on? Do you want us to vote on who would support demolition as is, the new design per what Scott was mentioning, and trying to incorporate at least visible elements on the street-facing facade? I mean, that would be a whole different design. Is that what we're being asked to vote on?
No, well, you're asking to vote. The voting would be approve, deny, or continue. So it appears, from my perspective, that continuance is probably the direction the board is leaning toward. However, if you're going to continue it, because of the threshold of demolition, I think the applicant needs to understand what direction. So, right. Kirk, if you're saying, and I don't want to put word in Scott's mouth, maybe Scott could expound a little bit more, that you would be okay with substantial demolition of the garage and keeping some sort of maybe front facade, because we also remember have a little bit of zoning issues in terms of amount of rooftop additions and things that can be put on the building. But it sounds like what you're saying, Kirk, is you would be open to substantial demolition as long as you believe character defining features of the existing building are remaining.
Or compatibly designed with the new project, correct? But I don't want to put words in your mouth, Scott. So you can.
And I'll say it. And I the way I phrase it, I would be in favor of demolition, but again, not with what's being proposed. But with that said, I thought that, at least the way I'm envisioning the project, and I don't want to design it, but what I'd like to do is move it away from the historic home. And I think in doing that, you can possibly, you separate it from the home, and you can sort of incorporate part of that building, the accessory structure, into the new design. Now, I'm not saying that it has to be. They may come up with a great design that I think is fabulous. I think it does everything, and that accessory structure still is going to go away. It'd be demolished. I would be okay with that. I don't know what that is. I'd have to see it. So I don't want to say I'd be totally opposed to demolition, but I think to get me on board with any design, I think if they do incorporate that structure, it would go a long way towards getting my support. So again, it's hard to speculate on what you're going to vote on in a month or 2 from now until we see something. We'd have to see something, but I can let you know what my concerns are. It's that building being so close to the historic home. It's the overall design of that building. And yes, I mean, it is, what's being proposed is a total demolition of that structure. And I have some concerns with that, but that's not something that would prevent me from voting for this project, moving forward. The variance, I'm steadfast on the variance. So I just want to let you know that. I don't see a hardship at all, except the financial one.
So, Mr. Chairman, in light of what Kirk and Scott have said, I think we could achieve a couple different paths, but I think the safe approach would be just to continue the application until your September hearing. And if we have to continue one more month based upon some more changes that we think are necessary while we're thinking about a redesign, then we will do that. But I think the safest approach, the one that creates the least prejudice to the client, is just to continue the application to September.
Okay.
And staff would support that to the September 8th meeting.
Okay, can we have a motion for that, please, from someone?
Move to continue till September.
Are we going to offer guidance any more than we have, Debbie, to them?
No, I think it's clear to me, and staff is more than happy to sit down with the applicant and go through some proposed changes.
Okay, is there a second to the motion?
A second.
Okay, all those in favor, Debbie's going to do a roll call?
Yes, Jack.
Yes.
Continuance, okay, Max.
Yes.
Nancy. Nancy, are you there?
She's speaking but muted.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I heard her say yes. Thank you. Rick?
I'm in favor of approving it, so I am not in favor of continuing it.
Okay.
You send out a Zoom.
Well, that's going on.
And
in the next 5 minutes.
Scott and Barry made the motion in the second, so we have a continuance approved to the September 8th meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Debbie. Moving on.
Okay, we are moving on to the next application on the agenda this morning, and it is HPV file 20-0386. This is 7835 Harding Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the total demolition of all structures on the site, the construction of a new multifamily building, and variances from the required rear and side setbacks in order to introduce some at-grade parking. This existing little complex of structures is located within the North Shore National Register District, as well as the North Shore Local Historic District. The existing original building was constructed in 1936 as a home. It's a one-story frame vernacular structure designed by Victor Nellenbogen. It is classified as non-contributing. And I just wanted to point out that this is the classification that was originally contained in the 2018 historic designation report that was reviewed by the board, and ultimately the designation of the district was adopted by the City Commission. When any project comes before staff for an initial evaluation, we always take the current classification with a grain of salt. So we do look at every single building and every single application to determine if a classification change is recommended by staff or is warranted. And in some instances, staff will actually file a separate application on behalf of the planning department for reclassification. In this particular case, we did not believe that was warranted. We have another application on the agenda today that does have a reclassification applied for by the applicant that was requested by staff. So I just wanted to point that out as some background information. We did outline the current context and the current conditions of the property in our staff evaluation, including multiple small additions and modifications that have been made to the building over time. We also do not believe that it is in character with the district as a whole in terms of the predominant multifamily structures on Harding Avenue and predominantly post-war structures. So for the reasons outlined in the staff report, including the multiple additions and modifications, we did not have any objection to the total demolition. With regard to the new residential building, we would like to commend the architect. They worked with us for many months to design something that would not overwhelm the historic district, that was well within the scale and context of the area. It has a very overall contemporary design language. However, it does relate very well in terms of the massing and the scale to the surrounding district. We're also going to point out, and we've noted this in our report, that it is well below the maximum 45 feet. Again, in this particular case, since there is no contributing building on the site, they are limited to 45 feet. However, the proposed building is 32 feet in height. With regard to the setback variances, we are supporting them. The variances are limited to their desire to introduce some parking. They're not required to have parking on the site, but we do understand the need for that. There are minor variances, and it's immediately adjacent to a building on the side, where the side setback relief is asked for, that has the at-grade parking at the same location. So we do not believe that this will have any impact. And in this particular location, we do believe that the desire to add a limited amount of parking does provide for practical difficulties. So we are supportive of the variance, and that is all I have. I believe the applicant is ready for our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Before we hear from the applicant, I'd like to swear in anybody who will be presenting. So please state on the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony today.
I do. We do.
Okay, you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, as Deborah said, it was a very good summary of the whole project. It's a very simple project. We've been working on it for quite a while, and so far, I think we're in the right track. We've been reviewed a couple of times, and we believe we're right in the pretty much where we need to be at this point, just to move ahead with the design and design development. So let me start by presentation. Hello?
We went to Nancy's house.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, so I'm just gonna begin with the slides. This is a 3D massing of what the building will look like. As you can see, and like Deborah said, it's very compliant with the same height and massing of the structures next to it and the rest of the street. Next, please. Okay, that's the location of it. It's Harding, 7835 Harding Avenue. It's east side of Harding, and it's back to the alley, an alley behind it, and then Collins Avenue way back there on the right. Next, please. This is just, we were asked to take pictures of neighbors, and all the neighbors are pretty much all buildings, with the exception of a couple. But it's just a compilation of pictures of a couple blocks down and up and down. Next, please. All right, this is the existing structure. The existing structure it's a very old house, derelict structure, very poor conditions, and like Deborah said, also non-contributing historically. We were asking to pretty much just the demolition for the whole thing. So we'll be demolishing all three structures on the lot. Next, please. Pictures of the existing structure. So you can see it's not complying with any codes, very poor conditions, leaks everywhere. We actually have trespassers in the property right now. So that's one of the reasons why we would ask you guys to consider speeding up the demolition of the structure to make it safe. We have people living in there right now, drugs, selling drugs, doing drugs, coming in and out. It's getting it's been reported to the police, but it's becoming an issue. So that's one thing to consider, if you don't mind. Next, please. And more pictures of the existing structure, the rear, up to the alley. Next, please. All right, this is the floor plan. Same, let's call it site plan. As you can see, the right side is Harding, the left side is the alley. The way we designed this building, to get to, okay, first of all, it's 5 units in the design. It was a tough lot to get the 5 units in. We have 2 units on the lower level, ground level, and then 3 units on the second and third level. You'll see the configurations because it's a little unconventional in the next couple slides. We have a pedestrian entrance on the right on Harding, and then we have parking on the back, right of the alley, just car access right there. This floor plan that you see there, it's hard to tell, but it's 2 units. One faces the Harding, and the other one faces out back the alley. Okay. Next, please. Then this is the other 3 units, which are in 2 levels, and you see the stairs there. It's more of a, these 3 are more of a townhouse configuration. The units go from 2 and 3 bedrooms, bathrooms, and they go from 1,000 square feet to 1,600 square feet. They vary a little bit between them. All units are pretty much the same configuration, open areas, open concept. We try to incorporate open air areas to all the units to make it a little more appealing. These 2 have those courtyards that you see right there in the middle. The 2 lower units have, the front one has a small yard in front, covered to the street, so there's some privacy there. And there's also, on this level, there's a balcony on the back. Next, please. All right, this is the second level of the upper 3 units. The X denotes a open space that looks down. Next, please. Roof plan, very simple. Okay, next, please. This is the, just for you to understand, unit 1 and 2 are right on ground. Unit 1 faces Harding. Unit 2 faces the alley, or is on the alley side. And then parking is on the left-hand side next to unit 2. And then unit 3, 4, and 5 are on the second and third levels. And that open space that you see there between 3 and 4 is courtyards that has been assigned to those 2 units, just to give them open air areas and green areas, yeah, as well. Next, please. Okay, this is just the massing of the building. Blue is unit 1 that's facing Harding with a small yard in the front and privacy fence. The red area is unit 2, which faces the back and have access through the sides, left side. And then the 3 little boxes on top are unit 3, 4, and 5. The sort of trellis looking element that you see there between the 3 and 4, it's a trellis that we're incorporating into the courtyard. Next, please. That's it. All right, these are facades. front and back. The west facade is the one that looks out to Harding, and the east facade looks out to the alley. We are probably doing the most windows on these two facades and trying to keep the windows on the two sides as little as possible to have some more privacy for our residents or for neighbors as well.
You have 2 minutes remaining, so you know.
Perfect, thank you. The west facade is showing stairs on the left. That's the main entrance into the property. And the east facade will have right there on the bottom, we'll see all the parking spaces right there. As Deborah mentioned before, we're asking for a small variance for the parking. Even though we do not need parking spaces, we're trying to assign 1 parking space per unit. And to do that, we need to encroach into the setbacks a little bit, just for the parking, nothing else. No structure will be raised there. Next. All right, these are the 3 volumes and the side elevation. We're trying to create a bit of a village, a small village design where it's not just one big white block. Next, please. Same there. As you can see, there's a lot of greenery on the sides and in that courtyard. We're trying to make yards and gardens as you walk into the property to make it a little nicer and not as rigid. Next, please. All right, next. This is just areas. Next. All right, this is just the existing property on the right versus the proposed. Next, and green areas. Next, please. Okay, materiality, just very simple, clean. We've been instructed to keep it clean in the review, so that's what we did. And next, we have a few renderings that I want you guys to see.
10 minutes are up.
Okay.
And thank you, Raphael, for superb presentation. Next, shall we open to public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have Daniel Seraldo, who would like to make some comments. Daniel, are you with us?
And Mr. Chair, before we hear from Daniel, do any board members have any disclosures to make on this application? Okay, I see no disclosures. I'll set the timer.
I just want to say, I received either emails or I did see public comments against the project, but I've had no communication with anybody, and I didn't respond to anything that I might have received.
Okay, I see no other board members with disclosure, so I'll set the clock at 2 minutes. And Daniel, I'll just remind you that you are still under oath.
Oh, thank you. Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. And we did send our position on the application to you all on June 20th, 2020. We want to reiterate that we believe the loss of the existing vernacular wood frame building is another step in erasing a segment of the city's architectural evolution. Historic preservation is defined by city statute, and the Secretary's guidelines indicate that structures that are representative of an era or a style are essential to understanding the architectural development and history of Miami Beach. I do want to mention that it's true that when the local district was created, the board classified all one-story structures as non-contributing. However, as you all know, it's always the case that the board has full authority to review both non-contributing and contributing structures on a case-by-case basis. With the loss of the log cabin that's just behind where this site is, but outside of a local district, I think it's even more important that within the local district, these parts of our evolution in architecture are allowed to survive. I know we did send to you all our position. We mentioned a moratorium on reclassification. Sorry if that sounded too strong, but it is true that we need to refresh these databases in advance. Otherwise, we have to do it at a case-by-case like this. So thanks for your consideration.
Mr. Chair, I need to make one clarification. We did not classify every one-story building in the North Shore Local Historic District as non-contributing. There are several one-story buildings in North Shore Local Historic District that have the classification of contributing. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you, Debbie. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we close public comment. Is there any rebuttal by the owner?
No.
Okay, thank you. Closing that, open to board discussion. Nancy? Nancy?
Okay, am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Okay. Voila. I agree that this is something that you don't just tear down and build something like what I can see. I don't even understand that Foxy addition. And I think that these buildings should be saved. They are not in the way of anybody or anything, and they would become a huge statement of what preservation really is about. So,
thank you, Nancy. Kirk?
Thank you. I'm about as incensed as you've ever are going to have seen me. So, and I'm sorry, but the community fought very, very, very hard and advocated for a very long time for these historic districts in North Beach, which didn't come quickly, they didn't come easily, and they did not come without sacrifice, as everybody in the city is aware of, with the zoning changes in town center and everything that comes along with it, and all that is being lost for preservation in those areas. I think it's incredibly, incredibly disturbing. We talk time and time again, it doesn't matter if a building is listed as contributing or non-contributing because the process is the same. I want the board members to stop for a minute and think about, did you get a historic resources report on this structure? Because in my package, nothing was included. And so any information that we might have as a board, that each of you might have as board members, is not included and not generally would be considered, apparently, if not for the building being classified as contributing. Now, I need to take a second because I want us to go back to the Secretary of the Interior, right? Those are the standards we vow to follow. And I'm reading a quote. This is from the National Register nomination report that was drafted by our city, okay? Description of the district. The earliest buildings, which were modest cottages, bungalow courts, and tourist lodgings, generally combined features of the vernacular, Mediterranean revival, and Art Deco styles. Architectural styles. Single-family homes were originally intended to be the principal building type in the North Shore neighborhood. Most of these were demolished and the land used to erect apartment buildings during the intense building boom of the post-World War II period, and still vacant lots began to see the construction of the better income-producing property. Of the 18 single-family dwellings remaining in the district, 3 are wood frame. The wood frame houses are examples of the styles in vogue during the 1920s and 1930s. Architect Victor Nellenbogen designed a series of wood frame residences. And then it lists a couple of them, one of which, by the way, was demolished between the National Register nomination and the local designation. The wood frame vernacular house at 7611 Abbott, constructed in 1936, wood clapboard siding. I don't want to go on and on and on. but I'm going to read the summary. Again, these are quotes out of the National Register designation generated by our city. The North Shore Historic District is significant under National Register criteria A and C at the local level in the areas of community planning, development, and architecture. This is due to the distinctive layout of the residential commercial neighborhood, which has been adapted to the distinctive plating of the area, limited by its location in the intercoastal waterway. It is also significant for the variety of architectural styles that reflect revival styles and modern movements in the decades immediately prior to World War II and the impact of more dynamic modernism in architecture in the post-war era. Now, in addition to that, I want to point out that within the entire North Shore National Register District, within the nomination, there were initially 5 frame vernacular buildings. One of them has been demolished, which makes this one of only 4 buildings that represent that whole segment of the National Register nomination. I also want to point out that the log cabin, which was built in 1934, which has since been demolished, you all have seen how that affected the community and how much they cared. New York, or North Beach is not South Beach, and North Beach had modest beginnings. You know, right now within the National Register District, only 9 buildings are left from 1935 and 1936. The 4 wood frame vernacular, and the rest of them are Mediterranean and modern. And we all know who Victor Nelson is and what his impact has been on our community and the architectural heritage of Miami Beach. Now my comments. Am I okay to keep going, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, you know, looking back at the National Register nomination, you know, I feel like as someone who has advocated along with the community for the advancement of our historic districts, number one, it makes a laughing stock of the work we've been doing. And that's why I am so incredibly affected by this, because myself and many of my neighbors were involved in this very long and arduous process between the 2008 National Register nomination and the local designation. I want to point out the actual layout of this house from a Depression era house is exactly what it should have been. It's exactly representative, and you all would know this if we all had a historic designation report, for instance, of the historic districts in Lake Worth that were built during a more modest time, with the main house in the front, accessory building at the back. I also want to ask the question, if this building, if these structures were worthy of inclusion in the National Register District nomination, I live in North Beach. What has happened between 2009 to make these worthy of National Register designation, and now to make them unworthy of historic designation as contributing structures? I don't understand, because there have not been any substantial changes to this building during that time frame. I also want to point out that within the National Register District overlay, which we discussed in the first application this morning, there are actually incentives that incentivize opportunities for development when a contributing structure is retained, because we're not having that discussion about the significance of these properties. We're not even able to talk about that. I looked at the layout on the lot where these 2 contributing structures, and by the way, not only the main house, but also the accessory house that backs against the lot, they're both listed individually within the National Register nomination. From what I can see, the current lot coverage with those historic buildings is less than 50% of the lot. You can also see that the auxiliary building in the back is exactly on the lot line of the alley. So I believe that there would be plenty of opportunities with 50% of the lot unbuilt. And again, with the incentives that are provided for contributing structures, I think that there would be opportunities. It really, really pains me immeasurably that we're not having that discussion, and that discussion has not been interjected before now. Lastly, I want to point out, because I first found out about this through a bunch of carrying on Facebook, and I'm not on Facebook. I don't spend time on Facebook, but there was actually a post by someone who stated that they had originally been tenants in this building, and that when Irma came, they got a leak, and then it was no longer livable. And now we're getting this representation that there's drugs going on in this house. And when did a property owner allowing drug use to be proliferated within their building, when did that become an excuse to demolish buildings? I do not understand. I'm dumbfounded, and I want to state to the applicant, this is not about you, but you do have to ask yourself, with 4 of these contributing buildings, which are the earliest examples that exist in this historic district of any architecture, of any history, when the first one goes down, what happens to the other 3?
Thank you. Thank you, Kirk, for your most enlightening and impassioned presentation. I greatly appreciate it because I didn't know anything about that side of it. Thank you. Max? Max?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm also processing Kirk's comments. I think that was just helpful, to hear as well. And it sort of displaces a lot of the things that I had in mind, I suppose, for what I was going to bring up. But part of the conversation that I think too, when we think about the compatibility of homes like this, what does that mean for an opportunity to explore whether they're still appropriate from a standpoint of withstanding storms and things like that. So we don't, as I don't have a fully articulated thought now on that, but I guess what I'm trying to consider is, the preservation goals of maintaining, something that's unique to the character of North Beach, but also what are our current standards for, what is, safe, habitable development, and what the board might be able to say about guidance for merging those values.
Are you asking a question or making a statement?
Those are the things that are on my mind. I guess I don't have a complete answer in light of the information that Kirk was sharing.
We can come back to you if you want.
I would like to hear what others would say, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Barry? Barry?
Yes, yeah. It takes me a second to unmute. A couple issues. I want to say, before I say anything, I love the design. I find it to be a really interesting design. And so that takes me, sort of made me look at everything in maybe in a different light than I wanted to, and I don't want to get sidetracked by that. But I was taken that there's no historic documentation here, and made me think, why? And, if this was on South Beach, we'd probably be arguing to make this a single family residence or a fancy steakhouse. So I have those concerns. And without that documentation, whoa, are you guys there?
Yeah.
Are you there? Okay, yes. Sorry. So let me just look for some power.
You want us to come back to you?
No, I got it right here. Without that documentation, I wonder about the, you guys there?
Yes.
Cool. I wonder about the originality of this building. When I look at it, I sort of see some what I think are additions, but maybe they're not. Was the building altered, changed, subtracted to, added to? And thinking of its reuse, which I think is very important in some documentation, is its flood elevation.
That's, that's very concerning to me. And I don't know if this building could be lifted, could be saved, could be reused for something. So, and again, illegal occupants, trespassers, they, that's just a comment. That's an irrelevant comment to the hearing here. I really like the proposed development. I just don't know, and I think it fits in with the neighborhood beautifully. I just don't know that it's right to tear this down without any documentation for the structure. And I'd like to know, I think as for us, we need to think about what that structure could be as well. But I think it's inappropriate to come here asking to demolish this building, which is, nearly a one of a kind, without any documentation for it. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Barry. Next, Scott.
Yeah, I could just play a recording of what Barry said, and those would be my comments. I think I like the design of the building. I think it's a great looking building. The question here is, in order to put the building there, what needs to be done? And they're asking for a total demolition of the existing structures on site. And yes, anytime we've had a total demolition of a structure in a historic district, and I mean a structure, not a portion of one or something like that, but a total demolition, we ask for the historic resources report. Any history. We also ask for a structural evaluation, usually, if the applicant is saying, well, a building's in poor condition. And we really don't have any of that for this building. It may turn out that this building, other than its architecture, is not really significant, or we may find out that famous people stayed there. We don't know, but we need to look into that, I think, before we can make any determination on the demolition. So I think the applicant does need to bring that back to us. Although I would say, it sounds like some members may be opposed to the demolition, period. And if that's the case, I think we should let him know, because if that's the case, I don't think it would make sense for him to get into all of that detail. Well, at least as far as a structural report. Anyway, those are my comments, my concerns. So that's right.
Thank you, Scott. It comes down to me. First, I'd like to thank. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First, I'd like to compliment the architect. I think it's one of the most exciting designs that we've seen in any proposal in my 5 years here. I think it really stands out. But the capital BUT, I fully agree with Kirk. I'm not going to repeat what he said. It is our responsibility to foster historic preservation. And I would go even further to say that, with due respect to Max and to Barry, in some cases, which I think this may be one, if something is the sole survivor, it's like the World Wildlife Federation. If something is so rare and it contributes to the purpose of the designation of an entire district, and if it goes, we're much the poorer for it. That perhaps if the owner is willing to take on the responsibility, there should be exceptions to the zoning and the sustainability codes. And
I think we lost you. Yeah, I think
Jack, your connection, there's a problem with your connection.
I think in the meantime, I'm not sure if Rick spoke yet. I know he was raising his hand. I think he didn't give his 2 cents worth yet.
Thank you, Scott. To repeat a couple of things, the fact there's no report and that we're looking at the potential or the suggestion of the demolition of this unique building, I'm just surprised that it has made it this far in the process without having been stopped. I think that the property owners might consider an alternative where you don't demolish the front building. Perhaps you remove some of the additions. You get down to the original footprint of the building. You raise it a little bit, and you consider perhaps another use for that. You know, maybe you can get a little restaurant in there or what have you. I think that you would have room in the back to add 2, 3, maybe units in the back. But the idea that you would demolish this wood structure is, I think, is a non-starter for this board. Furthermore, I think that the fact that this wood structure has survived as long as it has is a cause for retrospect. For us to just abandon wood frame construction altogether, I think is a mistake. I've spent the better part of the last year working and investigating post-Hurricane Dorian Hopetown in Elbow Key in the Bahamas. And it's remarkable how well some of the older wood structures did in the face of a Category 5 storm. And it's hard to believe, but you see a newer masonry building that got completely devastated next to a historic one that was built using traditional methods and techniques that survived, and survives incredibly well. So I would not only preserve it because of its unique character for the district, but because of the building system that I think could continue to thrive if we look closely at what makes these wood buildings work. Clearly, I think its restoration would involve raising the building, and so that's what I would suggest. Look at another kind of proposal that works with the existing structure, at least in the front. And furthermore, I would say that the character of the building is so nice, it's so pleasant, it's so easy on the eyes that, looking at the proposed structure, while it's excellently drawn, I mean, what a well-drawn proposal, but its character is so ominous and just seems so out of place for this neighborhood.
Okay, I guess if Jack's not back, well, just take over as chair until we get him back. I don't know if the applicant wants to say anything. You pretty much heard our comments. We're, I think, pretty much all on the same page as far as what, our feelings on demolition, or at least what would we require before we would even consider that. So I know Debbie's on the phone. I guess she's trying to get a hold of Jack. If you want to say anything, if the applicant, you go ahead. We'll give you a minute or two.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a little confused here. I think we all are here in the office. We've been working on this for a year. I know this doesn't mean anything to you, but we've been working on this for a year. And since the very beginning, even before the owner got the lot, we did some research, and based on everything that you guys have, we started from the very first thing that it was a non-contributing building, not contributing lot, or not the structure, nothing. So that's why we kind of like jumped in and began working on this. I'm really impressed that at this point, almost a year after, we are back to square one. And even though it's not a building that's in the register or listed, I'm not sure. I mean, excuse my ignorance. Why are we circling back to that? I understand it's a very particular structure, and in a very bad shape, I got to say. But you know, I've done this in the past. I've restored historic buildings in the past. I know how hard and how tedious it can be, the whole process. So, you know, I would have advised the owner just to go in a different direction if I would have known this from the very beginning. So that's why I'm so bummed that, you know, this is going on at this point. We've been not working on this on our own for a year, but we've been presenting to the board or pre-board, I'm not sure what you call it, guys. We presented the project a few times. We got comments from them, and we got here based on their comments or your comments. I'm not sure. Deborah was in there. There was a couple of you guys in there. So I'm very confused at this point, honestly, and I don't even know how to proceed now.
Well, I don't think that you should come to us with the option of removing such a unique building in a historic district without some research and, you know, telling us, making statements like, well, we have people living there, we don't want living there, and using the building. The building's not in good shape. You know, there are, you know, maybe these documents are not a requirement for city to tell you, hey, you need X, Y, and Z document to bring to this board. But I think you have a responsibility, whether to yourself, to the project, to your client, to know how to present the project and what would be required for those making an evaluation to tear down a building in a historic district, especially a building that is so unique to the district. So I think, you know, like I said, I looked at the project and my first impression was, wow, I love that. And then I started looking, you know, I got past the cover sheet. And I really like the project. I really like those walk-up stairs on the sides. I love the interior and the street facades. But and in your presentation, I'll just tell you, you made no reference to the neighborhood other than saying, here are some pictures we were told to include of the surrounding area. So I think you should take that as some advice. And I think you've got a great project coming, but it might not be on this site. I don't know.
Kirk.
Yeah, I just want to interject again. I mean, you know, again, these two structures on this lot, they are on the National Register. And frankly, as a board member, you know, I found out about this project, 6 weeks ago myself, right? So we're all trying to find middle ground to benefit the community. I do want to point out in terms of sea level rise, and Debbie, you can jump in if I accurately state, but my understanding is the ridge along Harding Avenue is one of the higher areas in North Beach in terms of elevation, one. Number two, particularly for contributing buildings fronting Harding Avenue, as this one does, the community and the city administration and city staff work very hard to create incentives to contribute to saving, you know, historic buildings. One of those, Harding Avenue, which does not exist anywhere else in the North Beach National Register districts, is legal short-term rental use. That's an economic incentive that can be used on this building because it fronts Harding Avenue. Hotel use can also be applied to this lot because it fronts Harding Avenue as a contributing structure. And Debbie, this is where I ask for your technical guidance if I state it wrong, but my understanding is that you can stick to non-conforming setbacks. And again, as I see it, this property, particularly on the alleyway, is right up against the alleyway, in addition to height incentives. So, I mean, they're locked into 1.25 FAR, but I would argue that there should be opportunities. I think everyone involved, staff, the administration, the community have worked hard to create incentives for contributing structures. I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Okay, Nancy. Unmute yourself, Nancy.
I so appreciate this conversation. I think it's very good for us to be discussing this, because I think, you know, most people who are not involved in preservation would just say, why are you saving these old buildings? This is such a revelation that we should be considering. And I think part of the owners or the architect's problem is that they were depending on, and it's in your letter to the board, that you even are depending on Miami 21. We don't deal with Miami 21. We don't have any, I don't think we have any kind of laws as they do. This is preservation at its very best happening. I didn't believe that we had structures like this to even think about preserving. I mean, and I think coming on the heels of the discussion right before this, where we're worrying about saving an old garage, I think this is just the other end of the totem pole, and I'm very excited to support this.
Thank you, Nancy. Scott, I have an update. So I did speak with Jack. What we're going to do is we're going to conclude this item, take a break, our lunch break for about 15 minutes, and I'm going to assist Jack. So he is fine with us moving on. It sounds like we were leaning toward someone making a motion for a continuance. I would recommend.
Before you do,
sure.
Before you do, maybe you can provide some clarification. The applicant stated that, you know, what we're asking of him kind of hit him out of the blue. He's been working on the project for a year. Maybe you could talk about, and I'm sure you told them at every step of the way that any decision is ultimately up to the board. So maybe you can explain to him and kind of your process as you talk to him, especially or specifically concerning the demolition of the structures on the site,
Sure.
which would be required for his project to move forward.
So real quick, yeah, I mean, I think the surprise maybe comes from the board's clear direction to retain the existing building. You know, this was brought to the board as part of the local designation report. It is not the same as the National Register report. At the time we presented the historic designation report for the local district, we did notify the board of the changes in classification. Staff had made recommendations to the board for probably at least a half a dozen, if not more, buildings for a change in classification from the National Register to the local. And it went both ways. We evaluated the National Register nomination, and we thought some of the non-contributing buildings should actually be contributing. And we thought some of the buildings that were contributing to the National Register should be non-contributing. So I think the confusion is that was reviewed by the board. It was clearly, it's part of the designation report. It lists, the designation report not only lists the local classification, but right by the side, right in the same page, lists their corresponding National Register classification. So I think that is throwing the applicant off a bit. This is not the case of some of our historic districts that we haven't really audited or resurveyed within the past 30 years. And we do have those examples as well. That being said, I think the direction from the board is clear that you believe that maybe, and it sounds like, and you haven't stated this on the record, that you would actually potentially move to reclassify the building locally to contributing. And in the event that it was contributing, then we would be recommending a lot more of the historical documentation. We did have that as part of the 2018 presentation. There wasn't much discussion. I mean, to the board's credit, we provided you with all the information. We stated on the record that we were changing the classifications for several, but there were no comments brought up by the board about any particular requested change at that time. Staff, in our analysis of this particular project, we do outline on page 9 in pretty great detail the evolution of this existing site, including the additions that were made over time and changes that were made over time. We were able to find some documentation. That sounds like you want to see more of that as part of the presentation. So that's very clear for staff and the applicant that should be more part of the presentation, potentially in more graphic form than just the narrative that we have provided the board. I think that's where the confusion comes from. And I think the applicant has clear directions, so does staff, and we're more than willing to go back with the applicant to sit down and meet with them and look at alternatives for this site.
Okay, Debbie, you hear me?
Oh, hi, Jack. You are back. Yes, I
Sure
can hear
for how
you.
long, but I'm back.
Do we need a motion?
Well, it sounds like we should have a motion for a continuance.
Right, I'll move that.
And I would say September 8th would be the earliest we could bring this back to you.
I'll move it till September 8th.
Okay, motion by Nancy,
I'll second that.
seconded by Rick. Okay, I'm going to do a quick roll. Scott,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Max,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Jack,
Yes.
Bear.
Yes.
Okay, so that motion passes. The application has been continued to the September 8th meeting. And in the meantime, we will reach out and meet with the applicant and go over some of the comments that were issued today. Thank you very much. Jack, do you want to, I'm happy you've rejoined us. Do you believe that you would like to do one more application before the break, or would you like to take the break now?
I think we can do it quickly. Yes.
Okay. So this next application is for 334 Ocean Drive, an application that's HPV file 20-0387. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for design modifications to the lobby and to the east facade of the building, including the introduction of a new canopy structure and variances from the minimum hotel unit size required and from the front and side setbacks. This existing contributing building located within the Ocean Beach Local Historic District, designed in 1941 by architect Joseph DeBrita. It's a relatively modest application, primarily focused on the renovation for hotel use. Staff has evaluated some of the modifications and have recommendations regarding some of the treatments, including the wallpaper in the lobby, some minor comments regarding the full covering of the ceiling. We also have some comments about the porch area. So the primary locations we're looking at is the lobby and the porch area. The porch area, they're proposing to introduce that new canopy, which would be part of, they were recommending that the existing eyebrow be remained or reconstructed if it needs to be reconstructed, and that the canopy be attached underneath. It's a bronze color that is currently proposed and extends approximately 5 feet to the front property line. This is also where the variances come into play. Because you have an existing non-conforming setback, the introduction of those vertical support elements for the canopy will trigger the requirement for the setback variances. We have no objection to the canopy at this particular area. But again, we're recommending, and we've spoken with the architect about this, that the existing historic eyebrow not be just removed and replaced by the canopy, but actually be retained, and that the canopy be introduced below the eyebrow. We're also recommending in our staff analysis that the color of the frame be slightly more consistent with the period of architecture. That is something the applicant has also taken a look at and has agreed to, and so that should be, I believe that has been agreed upon. The last comments we have are with regard to the preserved landscape elements they're putting on the facade of the building. That is something we're not supportive of in terms of the impact it may have on the historic building. We believe that live plants that may be in planter elements on the porch would be much more consistent with the historic district. We are pleased that they are restoring part of the upper facade as part of the application. Overall, we're supportive, but we do have several conditions in our recommended order for some minor modifications. With regard to the variance, staff is supportive of the setback variances as well as the original the unit size. And again, all of these hotel units are contained within the original historic building. They are introducing, however, a new hotel unit, which will be 255 square feet. So because that 255 square foot unit is not part of the original hotel, that's why they need a variance. Any units that are part of the original hotel plan, they do not require the variance for that. So that is the summary of our recommendation, and I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have, but I see the applicant is ready for their presentation. So we could turn it over to Matt Amster.
And before we hear from the applicant, I'd like to swear in any member of their team who will be providing testimony. So please state on the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. And do we have Tom Weber? He's our project architect. If you see him, could you please add him as our second panelist?
Thomas is in.
I didn't hear Tom agreeing to the swear-in for telling the truth. Just want to make sure that that's heard on the record.
So, Tom, can you say whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I don't see Tom. Oh,
they're at Weber Studio. That's the one.
Tom, can you unmute yourself?
I do.
All right, thank you. You have 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Amster with the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing Via Quattro, the applicant and owner of the subject property. With me today from ownership, also on the line, are Jose Luis Aguirre Domenco. He's from ownership. Tom Weber from Weber Studio is our project architect. We have other designers, Lucilla Anderson and Trinidad Escudero, helping with this renovation as well as the interior of the lobby. Our landscape architect is Chris Colley, and we have my colleague, Emily Balter. As Debbie laid out, we're here basically to renovate this historic two-story hotel, return it back to its historic charm, and there is a need to provide some accessibility elements, including the one new unit, which is an ADA unit that will be, that the hotel itself today does not already contain, and we need some ramps that go along the south side in order to access the building and, of course, to that ADA compliant unit. And that's where the variances do come in. I'll show you those on the plans in a minute, but I did want to mention we have reached out to the neighbors extensively through Frank Del Vecchio. He lives really close by on this block, And I've actually helped the owners of the prior owners of this hotel, and also reached out to him in the past. He's been very helpful. He knows many of the neighbors and the associations, and through mostly email due to our pandemic situation, got the word out about our project. And as you can see in some of the conditions in our draft order, working with Frank and all of the nearby neighbors, we voluntarily agreed to a series of 5 operational conditions, limiting the hours and the type of uses that can and cannot happen outside on this little front porch, to minimize the impacts that this little cafe that would be introduced in the interior lobby, to preserve the neighborhood, be good neighbors. The owner is completely agreeing, and so we've proffered those 5 conditions on the basis of our neighbor outreach. With that, I want to share my screen to start to go over the plans. And as we go through this, I know Debbie did mention they have some concerns which we will address, many of which we agree to. I think we have a few little items to bring to your attention. And
Matt, can we try to go through this as quickly as you possibly can?
Absolutely. So here's the pictures of the building today. Nice historic hotel, Art Deco. This is the proposed design of the front facade. This brings back its many historic features that are not present today. The canopy is out at the front. It'll provide some nice shade on this really narrow porch. It extends a little bit into both side yards, and here on the south is the ramp that will allow for entry for ADA access, both to people who are accessing the hotel as well as the new ADA unit over here. Staff is supportive of those variances for that canopy. The building itself is remaining as is. We are, except for this new unit in red, which was an office here on the ground floor, which is the ADA accessible unit. All the other units are being preserved in their original location and format, 28 of them. They are various sizes below the minimums, but again, we're just replicating what they are in their historic layout. These are just the floor plans. There's no rooftop access. We're going to put some mechanical equipment up there, but we're not activating the rooftop. I'm going to move ahead so that Tom can show you some features about the front and its preservation. And then after he speaks, he'll go into the lobby as well. After he speaks, I'll just go over a few of the conditions. Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. This project is really exciting because it's the second installment for restoration and preservation for the Casa Hotel family with this particular client. It's been exciting to go with them. Some of the highlights that I'd like to go through is we're truly trying to restore, especially the front elevations, but also the sides as well. We are taking away the window air conditioning units that you can see on the left picture in the top front. On the right-hand picture, we'd be eliminating the non-original aluminum suspended canopy. And we're trying, you'll see later, we're trying to emphasize and kind of capitalize on that. The existing concrete eyebrow, at one point we were originally thinking that our new canopy would take its place, but we understand completely that we'd like to preserve that. And so with that said, I'd like to switch to the next slide. One of the things, I just put the microfilm front elevation and our elevation right beside each other. We are reintroducing on the top, on the right-hand side we're reintroducing the horizontal detailing, the recessed detailing. On the facade, we're also reintroducing the vertical detailing right in the center as well too. All of our doors and windows, we're replacing all the doors and windows with impact resistant products that are the same proportion and the same muntin proportion as the original. We're restoring the 2 big storefront windows back to their original glory. We are also reintroducing the cross ironwork on the front terrace railing, if you will. and we're introducing a stone top that continues across the front of that. The glass block is very unique at the front entry door, and I did want to bring that up. We are going to, it seems to be in pretty good condition as it is now. In case we get to a point with some sort of historic or something is not as in good condition, I would like to ask that maybe we could work with Debbie Tackett and the board to if we need to replace that glass block. It's not our intention right now to replace it, but I would like to ask for that sort of caveat coming in. Let's switch to the next slide, Matt. It's back to the original rendering that you had seen. Our introduction to the project is in a bronze aluminum canopy. We're introducing a triple 3-inch diameter series of columns. There's 4 sets of them, which is typical for that period. If you can switch to the next slide. The idea, and as per staff recommendation, this is a small diagrammatic cross-section of how we would achieve this canopy. And we would just simply encapsulate the existing concrete highbrow that was there. If it ever wants to be brought back or preserved, we still have it. If you jump back into the next slide, it's the same rendering we've been looking at. I wanted to bring to your attention that we, at one point, were presenting on the vertical columns on the face of the front elevation, a live moss or something green, like a living wall. We were asked to rethink that thought. And what we're now proposing, if the screen is large enough, and if Matt, if you want to change to the next screen, we would actually be adding the moss to the underside of our canopy. And we would to introduce this feeling of green and having it welcoming with small recessed pin lights that would come across. It would be a very low maintenance, sort of self-applied, sprayed on, very not that often sprayed application of water. So this was our move for the canopy, for the extension, keeping the original and going with all staff recommendations. If you flip to the next slide, Matt. Let's go right inside the building. This is the lobby, and this is how we're proposing the lobby. We had a few. The lobby has an original stepped deco design on the ceiling. We've been asked. We were introducing a bamboo there. We were asked to take it away. We have taken it away. This is a new rendering. We had a wallpaper that we had introduced on some of the walls that has also been eliminated as per staff recommendation. And if we zoom up just a little bit to the front desk, to the entry desk. Now we are proposing the picture on the right is what exists there today, and what we would like to introduce is bring it up to kind of today's design. We would keep the same form and the same shape as it is today, and on the picture on the right you can see the existing terrazzo floor. We want to keep and maintain all of that. It's just the face of it. We were proposing a vertical stone. It's a tile with vertical markings and a beautiful marble top. So we have really worked together with Debbie to anything that we're new or introducing to this project that we would do in a conscious effort, and we have complied with all of their conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we wrap this up, or is it over now?
It's over.
Okay, thank you so much. A public comment?
If I may, Mr. Chair, just wanted to go over a few tweaks to conditions based on what Tom has just said, but we can do public comment first if you like.
I think, Matt, I think you should do that now, because if anybody in the public has comments, they should have the opportunity to respond to that.
So for the vast majority of the staff comments, we are in agreement. I'm looking at page 2 of the draft order. It's Roman numeral number 1, C, and then these are all under number 1. For 1A, the bamboo, we have removed that from the ceiling, no problem, we agree. For B, the moss that we talked about, we agree not to put it on the exterior columns of the building, but as Tom was showing, we do seek to provide a planting like that, moss, and also some small decorative string lights on the underside of the canopy itself. So not the wall of the building, but just under the new canopy. And then in C, we have already shown we're in agreement with that. The existing concrete eyebrow will be retained. In D, because we're doing some, proposing some lighting that may minimally hang down from the underside of the canopy, we just wanted to make sure that that small decorative lighting could be just on the underside of the canopy and not have to be fully recessed. Again, leaving that up to the board's discussion and approval. And we've already removed in E the wallpaper, which was floral. It was all planting material, but we're basically taking it out. So with that, and also we agreed to work with your recommendations and staff on all the materials. And number 2 at the bottom of that page, just to reference what I said earlier, is our 5 operational conditions that we voluntarily proffered. So if you are in agreement with those minor changes about the moss and the lighting, we just like that to be referenced in your approval. And I guess it would be helpful in that sense to provide just a reference to a few of those revised renderings of the lobby and the underside of the canopy as part of the plans approved, since those are new as we've presented them today at the hearing. With that, pleased to hear your comments and reserve some time for rebuttal.
Thank you. Public comment, please, Debbie.
Yeah, and before public comment, do any board members have any disclosures on this application? Okay, I see none.
Mr. Chair, we have 2 members of the public that would wish to speak. We have Daniel Seraldo and Frank Del Vecchio. I believe Daniel is first.
Yes, hi, Daniel Seraldo, Miami Design Preservation League. From the preservation perspective, we just want to say that we support the staff recommendation for the application and not changing the concrete eyebrows to be bronze. Also, I did just catch the architect mentioning changing the counters. I don't know offhand if those counters that are there now match the original designs, but I would urge you all to stick with the historic counter. Obviously, tile is the modern hot style, but it looks like a pretty beautiful historic counter there right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Frank?
And Frank, before you testify, I'd like to ask you to state on the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear to tell the truth. Are you reading me?
Thank you. Yeah. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, great. Frank Del Vecchio. I'm the president of a condominium association on the diagonal from this location at 301 Ocean Drive. And for years, we have been working with our neighboring associations in the 300 block of Ocean Drive, which front this property. And the attorney for the applicant kindly agreed to proffer all of the operational conditions which are required by the South of Fifth zoning and a couple of additional restrictions, and provided that none of those operational conditions have been revised. I did communicate with all of the neighboring condominiums, including these proposed conditions, and asked if there were any objections, because these are the conditions we had previously asked for and obtained on that property and others facing them. There were no objections. So under those provisos, I believe this is a good application and it warrants board approval as staff has recommended and the applicant has submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank, for your sage and wonderful advice. Any other public input? Hearing none, we close public comment. Does the owner have any rebuttal? Quickly, please.
No, we're basically, as proposed, we'd like to get your take on our slight revisions to the canopy, the underside of the canopy, as well as the materials for the lobby desk, which we feel are appropriate, and we're retaining it in place and preserving the terrazzo floor pattern of this historic lobby. Also, we're keeping the walls white in order for both the walls and even the ceiling, which has a recessed area, retain its historic nature and really shine when people come into it. So with that, welcome your questions and comments.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving to board discussion. Scott?
Yeah, I think overall it's a good project. This is kind of the type of work we like to see in the city. I'm okay with the canopy. I guess I'm okay with the under canopy lighting. The applicant can work with the city staff on exactly how that's done. And yeah, I'm okay with the tile on the bar counter. I mean, it's going to remain in place, same size and everything. It's just replacing the material. So I'm okay with you working with the city on that. Just one question for the staff. I know in the staff report, in terms of room sizes, it initially talks, or the staff report says the building was initially built with, I think, 12 rooms and I lost it, 4 hotel rooms, but the building card says it was originally built with 28 units. And that's what they're keeping. So, and that's what the variance is for. It's not for making rooms any smaller. It's for just keeping the existing rooms. So I just want to confirm that with staff.
So they are keeping the existing rooms. However, they are adding one room in the ground level for ADA that was never there historically. So that does require the variance.
Yeah, that's the variance, which considers all the rooms. Or
Correct.
You mean it's just for that one room or for all the rooms there to make them all legal?
I think we rolled in, Matt, if you could explain. I know we went back and forth and we did extensive research on this. There was a previous variance for the unit sizes, and I believe it was for all of the unit sizes.
Right. The prior owners came to this board a number of years ago, somewhere around 2014, 2015, with a slightly different plan, and they did combine a couple of rooms together and remove one for, I think, a restroom. And also they had to figure out their ADA requirements. And so that variance was for, I think, only a total of 25 units. So while this applicant is not using that prior approval in any regard, there was precedent for doing the unit size variance for the entirety. I think it just makes sense to cover ourselves that, but just so it's clear, it was originally 28 rooms. Those walls do all remain today. And so we are just keeping that same configuration and adding one unit, which, because of the size of that lobby and to not take away that historic, terrazzo flooring, that unit can only be 255 square feet. So for sure, we do need a variance, which I believe we have advertised here and put into the approval for all of them, meaning all 29.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that because, again, in the staff report, it says the building was originally constructed with 12 apartment units and 4 hotel units. So that threw me when I first read it, but in reading more, I realized it had the 28 units originally, minus the, not including your original one. So I'm okay.
Can I clarify, guys? Excuse me, can I clarify? So I believe the interior partitions remain the same. Based upon the original building card and layout, the 12 apartments were 2 rooms. So if you look at the plans, it was the 12 apartments, each with 2 rooms, which equates to 24 units there, plus the 4 hotel rooms. So that's how we get to the original 28 sort of rooms, whether they're hotel or apartments, the 28 rooms plus the new one added in the lobby. So to clean everything up, because we couldn't find a proper approval and building permit for the construction of those hotel rooms at the size that they currently are now, So we're recommending to clean up the variance language, and this would apply to the entire building, plus the addition of the new hotel room, but they're not changing the interior partition layout. So I think this cleans up the variances, allows them to add the hotel room in the lobby, and the variance is warranted there because to increase the size would require encroaching into the original lobby space. So that's why we're supportive of the variance.
Thank you, Michael. Rick? Rick? Moving on, Barry?
Yes, yeah. I wanted a clarification that the lobby floor is to stay intact. Is that correct? Or was the lobby floor being recreated?
Lobby storage table, existing terrazzo. It stays intact.
Okay. I don't have a big problem with the canopy in front. Aesthetically, I'm fine with it. You know, encapsulating the eyebrow. Okay, I kind of buy it. I'm not 100% in favor of coating the tile on the desk on the historic lobby. I'm not sure why everything else stays, and then we have to give up that, you know, cultured marble sort of stuff that's so, you know, reminiscent of South Beach. So those are my feelings.
Thank you, Barry. Max?
Yeah, I'm comfortable and in agreement with the staff recommendations. I think for the underside of the canopy, I would just say subject to staff review and approval. I'm not a moss expert. I would just worry about survivability in that environment on the underside. So just review that with someone who can speak to that. And I'm okay with the desk. Thank you.
Thank you. Kirk?
So this is a mostly really nice project. And mostly I agree with staff's recommendations. Just a couple of things I'm going to ask about. First of all, for me, in reviewing the application, the bronze bars, right? The bronze bars at the front of the building, those are intended to support the canopy, correct?
That's correct.
And what was ambiguous to me is I was sort of flipping between the plans and the historic resources report, is trying to figure out, so were these there originally? Are they being introduced? And you know, it's not a big deal. From what I understand, it sounds like any changes that are happening to the facade of the building could be undone should they be intended to revert back to the original style, correct?
That's correct.
Which is good. I agree with staff's recommendation on the living wall. My concern with that is also obviously maybe not obviously, the integrity of the structure, right? If you have a living wall that's being watered all the time, not to mention the maintenance, right? If you're having water collecting or mist collecting, I don't know what that does to the integrity of the structure, but I would be concerned about it. Lastly, I have to ask this question regarding the desk. I know staff outlined in the report that the desk is possibly in questionable condition. I gather there were photos shared back and forth. I'm not sure it's really clearly stated what the materiality is of it. You shared a picture. It's kind of looks very South Beach to me. It looks very authentic. Is this like filled coral stone, or what is the material of the desk?
I believe it is a filled coral stone.
And so my question would be, you know, we have the original material. Once you clad it in something else, I agree with Barry. My question is why? Why either not restore what we have or replace what we have if it's damaged with the same material rather than covering it with something that's inauthentic? I just don't understand why. And if it was, you know, astronomically expensive to restore it to the original materiality, then that's a consideration. But I don't understand why there's a lot of focus and has been in this discussion about the terrazzo floor. And I'm not sure why I wouldn't have the same considerations as to the materiality and presentation of the desk. Other than that, I'm 100% supportive of staff's recommendation, but I would like a little further clarification, because to me that wasn't clearly explained and I don't understand why. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kirk. Nancy?
Am I on?
Yes.
I'm very happy with the project. I think it's a lovely building, has always been, and the work that's been done there is fine with me. And if they have a question about the materials, I think that could be left up to Debbie.
Thank you, Nancy. Rick? Going once? Rick?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I think I'm having Zoom issues. I think that the project sounds really good to me. I just wanted to ask about the desk at the lobby and the replacement of a marble. Is it necessary to lose that marble? I would try to keep it.
Just went over that. Can you explain that to him, Kirk?
It's a coral stone. It's a filled coral stone, is the understanding, Rick. The question hadn't been answered yet, why that cannot be either restored or replaced with the same material. I would like to see that question answered at some point, if possible.
Okay, Mr. Amster, can you answer that?
I'd actually like to defer to Tom to explain the rationale for the cladding of the desk.
Sure. Look, at the end of the day, the existing, the gut or the backup behind that particular stone it needs to be completely reconfigured and completely redone. The stone, we're not sure if it's how original it is. We can't get any sort of definitive background on it. And I think that there wanted to be more of a modern aesthetic coming in. So with all the other preservation and restoration that we're doing on the front of the building, this was an opportunity to pay homage with the new materials that we're using. And because we have to recreate this thing anyway. The edges are pretty beat up. It's not in such great condition. And we were taking the opportunity to create something new and fresh.
Thank you very much. Does that satisfy you, Rick?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay. I just would like to add, I think it's a superb project. So much great care has been taken, and I think it's excellent. And I need not repeat what everyone else says, but I think Debbie and staff can iron out any of these details, and we can move forward to a vote. Debbie?
Yes, so it looks like we need a motion from one of the board members in a second. And then after, if we have a motion in a second to approve the project, I want to just briefly go over some of the conditions that may need some modification.
Okay. I'll move it.
Moved by Nancy. Do we have a second? Scott made the second. Okay.
Could we have I'm sorry, but could we have a friendly amendment to the motion to include the restoration of the Carl Stone desk?
I would not include it. I think they need to look at it, let Debbie look at it and see if it really needs to be replaced, if it's just whatever it is. But to hold up this vote till whenever.
So Nancy, we've looked at it, not in person, but you know, we're pretty familiar with this type of thing. There is damage to it, but that's typical, right? That's typical for something from this period to have damage. We have advised the applicant early on in our initial meetings that, you know, obviously it's best to retain and restore. However, like terrazzo flooring, sometimes things do get beyond repair and have to be replaced. Our direction to the applicant was to either replace it in kind or replace it with a material that is similar in terms of its characteristics. They had initially proposed a limestone. What they presented today was tile. What we had discussed with the applicant is if they could go with, if portions of it, or if it does have to be replaced, and they were looking for a cleaner, more contemporary aesthetic, what we recommended is that we could either do a filled keystone, maybe not with a vibrant pink color, but maybe with a more neutral color, which is also seen in some of our historic buildings. Or, you know, if keystone is not available, keystone is somewhat of a sensitive environmental material, that they could also go with some sort of concrete, which was also used in historic buildings. That kind of mimics that and do a more kind of contemporary finish and color in terms of the filling. That was our direction to the applicant. So that's what we would recommend. It's up to the board. If you're comfortable with the tile, it sounds like you're leaning more toward something that is closer to what was likely the original, which is the existing filled keystone.
I would say not the tile. I think the tile maybe at times looks kind of tacky. I'd rather see them go for any of the other variations if necessary.
I think it should be left to Debbie and the staff to figure out and report back to us. We really can't take any more time with this now. We need to vote.
Okay, so the final, so we can include that the final material for the new bar counter shall be reviewed and approved by staff.
Yes.
Okay, and then the condition 1B that says the preserved moss shall not be installed on the Ocean Drive facade, but may be introduced on the underside of the canopy. That would allow the present. Just to clarify, I think Kirk had a question. This is not living material. This is like freeze dried plant, natural plant material that's freeze dried. So it will not have irrigation. And then condition 1C, I would request to be modified, 1D, with the exception of the decorative string light consistent with the image contained in Exhibit A presented to the board on July 14th. Presented to the board on July 14th. With the exception of those string lights, all other electrical components and sprinkler heads shall be concealed within the structure of the canopy. And that would be my recommended modifications to those conditions. So Nancy, you made the motion. Does that sound good to you?
Sounds fine.
Okay. So we have, let me just do a quick roll call. Barry?
Yes.
Jack?
Yes.
Kirk?
Yes.
Max?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
And Rick?
Yes.
Do I get everyone? I think so. Okay. Thank you. Thanks to the applicant. Thanks to the board members.
Do we need a separate vote for the variances?
Yeah, you're correct, Matt. So we'll have a separate motion for the variances.
I'll move it.
Nancy made the motion. Do I have a second? Scott made the second. Barry? For the two variances.
Yes.
Jack?
Yes.
Yes.
Kirk?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Max?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Okay, variances have been approved. Thank
I
you.
think we should now take a 15-minute break and resume at 1:45.
Thank you all very much.
We'll resume at 1:45.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the July meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. We're here, we're going to discuss item number 6, which is 1751, 1757, and 1775 Collins Avenue. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is HPB file 190341, 1751 through 1775 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of 3 contributing buildings on the site and the construction of a detached ground level tower addition at the southeast portion of the site, the construction of a detached ground level addition at the northeast corner of the site, and the construction of 2 attached additions, including 1 or more waivers and a variance to reduce the required subterranean rear setback. The 3 contributing buildings are the Raleigh Hotel, the South Seas Hotel, and the Richmond Hotel. As part of a redevelopment, the current applicant has combined all 3 of these properties. They are proposing the substantial demolition of both the Richmond and South Seas buildings. However, they are also proposing the full restoration of the Raleigh, including the removal of the penthouse level that was later added to the Raleigh. We did have a discussion item at the May 12th meeting regarding this particular project. So at that time, no binding decisions were made. However, there was a presentation given by the applicant, and the board and public were issued comments, and the applicant has since reviewed the comments. They have submitted a supplement, a small supplement of changes that they believe are in response and satisfy all of the concerns that were expressed by the board. Those are part of your package today. They do include the reintroduction of the ceilings within the public interior lobby spaces of both the Richmond and the South Seas building. They have also provided additional information in a report regarding the sea level rise resiliency review criteria. They have provided some additional information from GT McDonald, which is their contractor, regarding the process in which they will perform the demolition, shoring, and bracing, including the excavation of the basement. The revised plans also include some modifications to the pavilion structure located at the northeast portion of the site. That was one of the ground level additions that they're currently proposing. Staff has met with the applicant on several occasions. They have produced a large scale model of the site and its surrounding properties. We did believe that this was extremely informative to see a 3-dimensional view of the tower. The tower is proposed to be 200 feet, which is the maximum permitted under the current ordinance. I don't want to take too much time away from the applicant because I know they have a very complex project and we would like to hear from them, but I am available for any questions. The waivers are for the on-site loading. They're asking not to provide all of the required on-site loading. So because they have existing contributing structures on the site, they do not need a variance, but they do need a waiver approved by the board. The other waiver is to retain the non-conformities of the existing historic buildings, including the setback and parking credits. Staff has no objection to that, either waiver. The variance is for a very limited portion of the project, which is an expansion of the previously approved subterranean basement level, again, at the northeast portion of the site. There is a previously approved basement area in this location that is, I believe it's excavated already. And as part of this particular application, they're looking to expand that in order to get vehicular drop-off. So this is not for a parking area, but a vehicular drop-off and pickup. And in expanding that existing basement, that's what triggers the variance for a very small triangular portion. Staff does not have any concerns with the variance, as we do believe this will significantly improve vehicular circulation in the area. So we're supportive of that, and we are supportive of the certificate of appropriateness as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Let's go to the public, to the project presentation, please. And welcome Kobe and his staff.
And Mr.
I'll be his staff.
Here from the applicant, I'd like to swear in any members of the applicant's team who will be providing testimony today. So each of you, please state on the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony.
I do.
My client's going to speak at one point, but he is, we're only allowed to have 2 people in, so he's out there.
Okay, I'll swear him in then. That's okay.
Okay.
So I'll start the timer now at 10 minutes.
Well, could we before that? Don't we need to do disclosures? At what time are you going to do the disclosure with all the? Is that before?
The board members' disclosures we do before the public hearing. If you'd like to make your disclosure now, you can do so.
That's fine. I wanted to disclose under section 118.31 that we have entered into an agreement with the Raleigh. The applicant has entered an agreement with the Marseille Hotel to address their concerns regarding the construction and demolition that would be occurring during this project. And that's the extent of my disclosure. I know I had also provided to the clerk a written response. So I wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you, Alfredo, and welcome.
Thank you very much. For the record, Alfredo Gonzalez on behalf of the applicant. And I'm here today. I know that we have Kobe that's going to be presenting. I have Michael Shaw, who's also in the audience, as well as our entire team. So if at any point you need or have a question, I have everyone from the traffic consultant to all engineers, sustainability, whomever you need on as part of the team is available. Just wanted to, I know I spoke a lot back in May when we had the discussion meeting, but I just want to do a recap since we're at the actual hearing today. And I want to incorporate all those comments from May to today. As you know, back in last year, July 2019, the text amendment that allowed this application to move forward was adopted. But it was adopted only after an extensive round of meetings with all the stakeholders, went not only to the planning board that was required, city commission, we went to NBPL, we went to Collins Park, we even asked to be heard before the HPB, and your board recommended the text amendment, and everyone at that time recommended the text amendment. We received universal support. We understood that at that point, the universal support was contingent on coming back, as we are now, to discuss the location and the size of the tower. I just wanted to make a notation that when all those projects, all those groups supported the application, it always called for the demolition of the rear additions, because based on the ordinance, the only place you could really locate the tower is around the 50s addition. With that, we did come before you in May and had a lot of more comments from the board, from people who spoke in the general public. And even though we were dealing with this pandemic, we tried to do it as much as possible from May to today to deal with addressing the concerns. As Debbie stated, we did extensive outreach. We met with the board members. We even created a tent that was an open air, so there would be no safety concerns. So people who wanted to see the model, and that included board members and stakeholders and anyone, we invited neighbors to whoever wanted to see the model, and we made it available. But we also made changes to the application. We addressed concerns of sustainability. We increased our team. We added Luis Ramirez, lead certified from DeSimone. We have Christy Brush. She's already been on Walter Lugo. In addition, they provided a report that enhances additional sustainability elements on the project overall. GT McDonald has, since May, has been added as a contractor of the project. And he also provided a detailed report on how, during construction, the very delicate historic structures will be protected. And that not only includes the 3 iconic Elmore Dixon buildings, but also the Marseille that's abutting our property. the lobby ceilings at both the Richmond and South Seas that were double height, and we heard concerns about that. The project are now maintaining the existing one-story lobbies in both the Richmond and South Seas. And Jack, I know this one was one of your concerns. The separation between the pavilion and the historic lighthouse originally was proposed about 6 feet. We've now moved it over 15 feet. And this was done without increasing the size of the pavilion. Actually, the pavilion is slightly narrower than it was originally proposed. And then one of the other items I wanted to point out is that in our discussions, NBPL raised that the mullions for the windows that were approved by HPB, permitted and are sitting at the site or on storage, that came with the acquisition of the Raleigh. The mullions were just the basic flat mullions, and there was concern. I raised it to staff, everyone felt that a project of this magnitude shouldn't just have the cheapest flat mullions. So we went and looked for 3 styles that would have more detail and have greater historic context. And we've agreed to put whichever one, working with staff, feels is the most historic mullion to put. We'll put it not only on the Raleigh, but obviously the Richmond and the South Seas. So bottom line, we've had over this period of time, over the last year, over 100 meetings, whether it's live, Zoom, phone calls, whatever needs necessary, tent out of the Raleigh Gardens. So I think bottom line, what we have as we proposed the best overall solution to improve and highlight not only our iconic Dixon structures, but the surrounding properties, including the Marseille. Before I introduce Kobe, I just want to introduce the record. I did email today, and I'm sorry for the lateness. We do have an additional 6 letters of support that came in, and the letters of support are from the Marseille Hotel at 1741, Surf Comer Hotel, 1717 Collins, the Redbury, 1776, the Nautilus Hotel, 1825, the Hampton Inn at 1700 Collins, and lastly, the only close residential condominium, 1800 Condominium Association issued a support letter, all for the proposed project as being presented. And with that, I would like to leave time for rebuttal. And also, since we updated our application, I think we've addressed some of the conditions that were in the original staff report. So I'd like some time to address a couple modifications and rebuttal. And with that, I'd like Kobe to go through our PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Alfredo.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Jack. Jack, can I share the screen with you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. Share.
I don't know. I see you, but I see myself. That's all I can do.
I'd like to share.
Please proceed.
I'd like to share my PowerPoint on this.
Kobe, you're good, I think.
Yeah, okay. You can see it?
Yes.
Lovely. So number one, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say thank you to you, Max, Rick, Barry, Nancy, Kirk, Jack, Scott, for taking the time.
Hey, sorry, I don't see the presentation.
I have it on the screen here. Okay, how do I share it with you?
All right, I'll drive. Go ahead and bring it up for you. This is.
No, I have it here. More, touch more.
0341? Yeah. I'm supposed to do it by myself.
Can you please give me permission? I think I need permission to present.
You have permission to present. I don't know what we're waiting for.
What's this item?
What's your email here? What's your email here?
IT.
Huh?
IT.
What is it?
IT.
IT. Do you see IT at kobecarp.com? Can you please give IT at kobecarp.com permission? Or kobecarp at kobecarp.com, please?
Debbie, are you doing that?
I think PJ is helping
PJ,
Kobe out.
right.
Yes.
Thank you, PJ. Thank you, PJ.
You're welcome, Kobe. I'm just going to go ahead and run it on our end. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to bring it up for you. Just indicate to me when you're ready to go to the next slide. So just give me 1 second. I'll bring it up for you. Okay.
I need to show this imagery here, please, that I have in my computer. Are you able to give me access to it, sir?
You should have access. Anybody on the panelist table should have access.
Okay. Share screen. There we go. Yes. Please. There we go. Thank you. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you see the screen? Is that okay?
No.
No. Okay.
Press share screen.
Hold on. This is about.
You got it.
That's about my pay grade. My IT people are helping me.
All right.
No.
It looks good.
It looks good. You can see my screen.
Yes.
Sir.
Thank you. So, number one, thank you very much, Max, Rick, Barry, Nancy, Kirk, Jack, Scott, everybody who gave me the time and came to our tent and we presented to you. This is the first imagery that we started out with, and I'll move as fast as I can. This right here is the Shelbourne adjacent to us. It's about a 15-story building. This is the Tower 1800, which is about 200 feet. And this is us in red right here between the Raleigh and the Marseille. This is our site plan. And the site plan basically shows how it is that we're proposing to preserve and restore the Raleigh to its original glory with the Richmond and the South Seas. And really, this is what we're focused on. How do we restore the Raleigh, the Richmond South Seas, and of course, the existing historic pool and back area. Right over here, you can see the Marseille, and right over here, you can see the Shelbourne. This is an image of the rooftops. We are proposing, as we are removing the additions of the Raleigh, we have an opportunity to bring back the rooftops with their green gardens and their landscaped areas. And of course, we shall do the same thing on the new tower itself as well. If some of you have been to the Raleigh Gardens during the past few months, you have seen the landscape that we have done along the boardwalk. We're proposing to take that kind of a landscaping straight through the site. Specifically in blue are the Richmond, South Seas, and Raleigh, and you can see how nicely they step back from Collins Avenue and as they ascend up higher. And this is really what it is that we are looking to do. The image on the left is the microfiche, and the image in the middle are the additions in the 1980s and 1990s that were added on. There were balcony enclosure in the 1970s, enclosed balcony here in the 1990s. So we are looking to remove these additions in order to bring it back to what the original design was, as you can see, so we can expose the finial, the original Raleigh finial, right here on the left-hand side. That is really what we're proposing to do. We're proposing to do the demolition of the 1980s and 90s and restore back the sign to its original design with historic materials and lighting, the vertical vitrolite panels and aluminum molds to be brought back. And that is really what we are seeking to do back onto the Raleigh, to really peel it back to where the Raleigh finial is exposed. You can see it here in the elevations. You can see in red what we are proposing to remove. And you can also see right here some imagery of what it used to be originally before additions were put on. This is the addition, looking at it as previously from the east, meaning from the ocean side. And you can see that these additions basically hide the vertical finial that Dixon originally had. And there is a permit right now by Carlos Tuzet that has been pulled, and we would propose to go further on that permit and do additional removal of these additions and restore back the Raleigh more so to its original position. You can see right here in gray how these additions essentially hide the vertical architectural finial. You can see it here in the photograph. You see here, this is the Raleigh in the photograph, and this is the Richmond in the foreground. Now you can see that as the Raleigh steps back in distance, the height of the Raleigh is very similar to the foreground and perspective of the Richmond, which is what Dixon is so eloquently sophisticated in doing. And Igor Polovetsky, interestingly enough, did the same thing on the Shelbourne. He stepped it back. The Shelbourne is approximately 15 floors. It's approximately 175 feet. We took that inspiration to say, you know what, let us step our building back 300 feet and make it 17 floors of residential. This is another interesting image. This is the microfiche on the left of the 1940 Lawrence Murray Dixon elevation. And interestingly enough, this is the additions and the modifications that were put onto the building. And we are proposing to remove that and bring it back to its original geometry and design by Dixon. And you can see how the elevations relate to each other in vertical geometries and the eloquence of the detailing of the multiple designs that Dixon specifically took upon. And I think that kind of a thought process is an opportunity, since this is the first time that somebody has an opportunity to look at these buildings together in a composition and to bring them back to life. This is the South Seas, and you can see how the bulkhead and the graphics are on top. We will bring it back to its original eloquence and symmetry, and the signage back at the pedestrian level. And this
Kobe, your 10 minutes are up. Would you like to request additional time from the chair?
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Kobe, let me show you the big picture here. We have to vacate at 3 o'clock, I've been told by Debbie, in the city of Miami Beach. So we have a lot to discuss here. So if there's a way that you can speed this up a bit so everyone has a chance to comment, it would be greatly appreciated.
Can you give me 3 minutes, Jack?
Yes. Go.
I'll take 3 minutes. So specifically, we are restoring not only the exterior, but also the interiors, the terrazzo, all the materials and the finishes. We're doing it to the South Seas, we're doing it to the Richmond, and we're doing it, of course, to the Raleigh. We're rallying up the buildings, and you can see that by doing this restoration and bringing it back, you can see how the vertical finials of the Richmond and South Seas and the Raleigh and the Shelbourne start to sing along and come all together, and by being removed and being exposed. You can see how the Raleigh and the Marseille open space comes back to life in between. The vertical finial is shown clearly here. You can see how the Marseille on the right and the Raleigh on the left, they start to relate to each other with open space in between. And that is important to understand, because that's how they were originally built, whether it's the street treatment, whether it's the photographs from the original building. This is a photograph that shows you two of them, how the original building with the finials being exposed and how the vertical signage, which is so important to bring back, is so eloquently shown here. And you can see how the Raleigh is set back and how Dixon has the Richmond and South Seas set forward. That is the kind of urban terminology that we are picking up. And that is why it is that you can see in this rendering that we're looking to open up the air, not only restore the building, but restore them at the ground level, at their lobbies, at their floor finishes. And you can see how the spaces start to open up. This is the Richmond, and this is the South Seas, and this is the Marseille on the left, and this is the Raleigh. And you can start to see how the light and air can come in between. Look at the beautiful historic pool and the lifeguard stand. You can see the open space, and the Marseille is right over here. And there start to be light and air that comes in between. You can see how the pavilion is being restored along the open light air that comes along. This is the Seaside Pavilion, which is open, cross-ventilated, so people can climb up and see the east side of the Raleigh. So they can see the backyard, and you can see the landscaping and the boardwalk. This right here is the Raleigh. This right here is the Shelbourne setback. This is the Setai and the Shore Club. Let me go faster. This is an elevation from the beach. This is an elevation showing the graphics that we're picking up in massing, in geometries based on the Dixon designs. That is really what we desire to do. We have a drop off below grade to keep the public spaces and the green spaces, and only 17 plates of residential floating here. This is the drop off. I'll be very quick. And then this is the original, what we proposed, which is where our original tower was. We've been lucky in the past year to be able to move the building back further, which gave us an opportunity to really push the building further back, which allowed us to set it back instead of 200 feet, but to have it set back 300 feet from Collins Avenue. I'm quiet. This is all I have to say, Jack. I will hold back. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Debbie, next is, we do disclosures next or public comment?
Yes, please. If any board members have any disclosures to make on this application, please do so now.
I spoke to Kobe and his entire staff, and Clotilde Luce, a private citizen, and I think that's about it. There was so many in Kobe's group, I can't even remember how many there were. That's pretty much it.
I had a meeting at the site where I viewed their presentation and the model, and I've received emails from several people.
Any other disclosures?
Yeah, I also had a meeting with the applicant's team at the site, and I can remain impartial and fair.
Any other disclosures?
This is Max. I also met with the applicant at the site to view the model. I can remain impartial. Thanks.
Yes, and I also met with the applicant on site, and I spoke to the applicant's attorney over the phone, and I can remain impartial.
And I can remain impartial too. Thank you. I forgot that.
Same here. I also met at the site, and I'll remain impartial.
Anyone else?
Oh, okay. I will remain impartial.
Nancy, and any? No. Okay. We're going to close that disclosure and move to public comment. Debbie,
Jack, we have several people in the queue for public comment. I'm going to read two names, and then we can do two at a time in terms of for you to call. We have first Michaela, and then our second caller is Jean-Francois Lejeune. So you can start with Michaela and then move on to Jean-Francois, and then I'll give you two more names when they're completed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Michaela, please state whether you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony to this board. Michaela, I think you're on mute.
Yes, you have unmuted me.
Yes, Jean-Francois.
Do you want me to start? Do you want me to start first? Do you want me to start? Okay. No, what I would like to know is that if Deborah could actually put the images of the presentation that I sent by email to the board and to the city as background of my comments now, because I think it's important to see the presentation, because I can't do it from here. I don't have access to my full screen, if I'm not mistaken. So, Deborah, is it possible for you to have it?
Hi, Professor Lejeune. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability from my end to share any graphics. Now, all of the board members have received your presentation. That was sent to them yesterday, relatively early in the day, but I don't have the ability to put anything on the screen.
Okay, it's quite unfortunate because I know the board members, I know that the developers, the architects have actually received it, but the public, which is hopefully watching us, cannot. So in any case, I need to start. Jean-François Lejeune, 20 Island Avenue, apartment 302, Miami Beach, professor at the University of Miami School of Architecture. I have three things to say before I read my comments, then the comments that you already received by email. First, I'm speaking on my own behalf and not the university. That must be clear. Second, I would like to say that I have analyzed this project without the full understanding of all the application, previous permits, and so on that have been actually applied to that property, and that I did it on purpose in order for me to try to look at the project with the cleanest and the most objective eyes as possible without preconceived approach. The third one is that unfortunately, even though I'm the co-author of the book on Lawrence Murray Dixon, which is the only scientific publication on the architect, I was never invited to participate in the project, and I found it particularly disturbing that, for example, the members of the Miami Beach Preservation League did not even try to involve me in the discussion. That being said, I'm going to start the discussion in saying that I think the master plan must be dramatically reviewed, and thus I propose that the current document be rejected. First of all, if we start with the tower, which is where Kobe ended, a historic district is not limited to a street facade, which are beautifully renovated, I concede, but involves the entire parcels inside. In light of this, it is obvious that the tower is too high, even though it is in the limits permitted, too long, and quite fat. It is visible from many places in the city, and the architects have actually made clear on his renderings that indeed it will be visible. Kobe just came up with a wonderful, wonderful analysis of the talents.
Professor, your 2 minutes. Your 2 minutes are up.
I grant him 1 more minute.
Okay. Kobe made us a very beautiful analysis of the way the buildings were set up along Collins Avenue, but I must say there is something that he didn't say, is that all the architects that were involved used a systematic and architectural approach, a way of dealing with openings, a way with dealing with materials that actually made that explanation plausible. It is not the case with this tower, which doesn't share anything in terms of its design and materials with the existing structure. So the arguments on Kobe are really not making sense. Also, I believe that the additions done by Melvin Grossman on the eastern side are quite outstanding example of the 1950s architecture in the city. And the history of the site is important as well. Important to understand that growing from a small building, different architects were able to transform the site and work one after the other. And that is part of the history of the site. What everything that happens after the 1930s does not make sense.
We must conclude, Jean-Francois, I'm sorry. Okay, who else?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have the 2 next speakers are Mitchell Cohen and Clotilde Luce.
Okay.
So we can begin with Mitchell.
And Mitchell, before you speak, can you state for the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Mitchell Cohen, and I am the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Shelburne Hotel Partners, the owners of the Shelburne Hotel. I did send a detailed letter in yesterday. I hope that it was received. I sent it in to Ms. Tackett and Messrs. Mooney and Sieberling. I also did send a copy over to the applicant. I'm also the Chief Operating Officer of Westdale Group of Companies. We're the owners and developers of properties across North America. I'm a licensed professional urban planner and have been so since 1981. Our company has a deep passion for historic properties across North America, and I can count probably about 14 in our roster, including those in Dallas, Toronto, Ottawa, and Halifax. We purchased the Shelburne Hotel in January 2020 to add to our historic roster. We're thrilled with what the applicant is doing to his heritage buildings. It's great. And I actually want to hire Kobe one day to help me out with my heritage buildings. But our concern is not about what they're doing with their heritage. Our concern is what they're doing against other heritage. The new tower should not impact historical buildings. This does not make sense to me. The shade that this new tower causes on our exterior historic elements is surely not what Polovitsky and Lapidus ever expected. During peak season, our entire exterior areas, including the historic diving tower, the stairs, are shaded from 12 noon until 4 p.m. Our pool deck, pool, cabana are totally shaded from 1 to 3 p.m. Obstructing our exterior areas to this extent really eclipses what Polovitsky and Lapidus, their legacy and their unique contribution to what they've done in South Beach.
2 minutes are up.
Sorry? The shadow on our...
Hello?
I'm very sorry. I don't know how it clicked to unmute.
Oh, sorry. Your 2 minutes were up. That may be why you were muted.
I respectfully ask for another minute, please.
Okay, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We only found out about the shadow impact on July 8th. We've been in conversations with the applicant, and they're very open and honest about their application. But their new tower completely outshines the historic Shelburne. I respectfully ask for some more time to work with the applicant and, of course, staff to work out these shadow matters, and I'm confident we can. Finally, and what most concerns me, is that the applicant told me that if this location for his new tower is rejected today, he will revert to the approved West Tower that impacts the Polovitsky and Lapidus elements even greater. I just don't understand this scorched earth policy. And as owner of the historic Shelburne Hotel, a licensed urban planner, and patron of heritage properties across North America, I respectfully ask you to protect the Polovitsky and Lapidus designs and help my new investment from sure financial ruin by this tower. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mitchell. Moving on to Clotilde Luce, I believe.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Good, thank you.
Hi.
Yes.
Hi, Clotilde. But before you speak, I just need to swear you in. Can you state on the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it's really my opinions and my experience. Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Yes, I find the public is being a little bit misled today. When you have a project that is going to so impact your experience when you walk up the beach walk, today you look over and you see this beautiful silhouette, this harmonious ensemble of silhouetted buildings. Kobe was talking about the finials. That's extremely important. And the renderings and a model, a 3D model, is like looking down at a Lego toy on a table. And Jean-François Lejeune and his student, Tori Cohen, I don't know her, but she came up with some very extremely useful images of what this thing will really look like from a pedestrian point of view. It's cheating, excuse me, to take pictures of outscale buildings, overscale buildings from the air or from far out over the ocean. The relevant views should have been shown today to the public. Let me say that if they show the Setai at the end of this and say, oh, well, that's a tall building. Yes, I can tell you Burj Khalifa in Dubai is tall also, but it's not sticking up in the middle of this historic ensemble. So this is what's missing today. I will work out a way that we can get the public to see these extremely vital images that will show you what the real impact of this thing is. It really is an outrage to what is called a historic ensemble. It will be seen in the images that Lejeune can show the public somehow. And the finial, for instance, the beautiful silhouette from Collins will now have a big slab behind it, but you don't get to see.
2 minutes are up.
Okay, you don't get to see that.
Okay, thank you, Clotilde. Any further public comment, Debbie?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have Ray Breslin, and then after Ray, we have Daniel Seraldo.
Okay, thank you.
And before Ray testifies, Ray, can you state on the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. First off, the Collins Park Neighborhood Association was presented this project twice, in the very beginning of the concept and with the final plan a couple of months ago. And we're thrilled, all of us, to have this kind of project in our neighborhood. It will be the crown jewel, as far as I'm concerned, right on Collins Avenue, including 3 renovated properties. The tower in the back, it's nowhere near as obtrusive as the set tie. And being set back as far as it is, we feel it really doesn't look any taller than the Shelbourne. And in reality, the first plan that was approved was much closer to the Shelbourne and much more offensive. I haven't had a chance to see the model yet, but I had suggested that they build the model, and I'm glad they did, because the model should certainly show better of what you actually will have than just 2-dimensional. We're thrilled with this. We think that they've done an excellent job. They've listened to a lot of people's comments, and I feel sorry that life is full of trade-offs. You can't have everything. You're trading up. So you're getting beautifully restored original hotels without adding on. Everybody else wants to add a story or whatever, putting them back to the original condition and then building a new residential tower in the back, nestled between 2 properties, closer to the ocean. It's not going to be at all offensive, and the Collins Park Neighborhood Association is 100% behind this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Breslin. Next, Daniel.
Yes, hi, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask for 4 minutes, but I think I'll be under that, but just so I don't get cut off. Is that okay?
How about 3?
Okay. All right, let me put on my timer. Okay, so first off, MDPL is appreciative of the applicant's time and willingness to listen to our feedback regarding various aspects of the restoration of the 3 existing contributing buildings on the site. This included several meetings and site visits. I'm sorry to hear Clotilde Luce, who's on all our emails, had a lot of interesting feedback, but she did not join us at any of those visits. We believe that those meetings and meeting with people, not in sound bites, but serious understanding and reviewing of the project, has led to improvements in the proposal, such as the retention of the lobby floor plates in the Richmond and the South Seas, better window mullion designs throughout the Raleigh, which are going to be much more historically compatible, and an updated design for the side of the Richmond, which is more in keeping with the contributing structure's integrity. We want to thank the applicant and believe that the project has improved based on these meetings over the last year and a half. In addition, the ownership is willing to have a proffer regarding keeping the Raleigh as a hotel and only changing its use with the approval of the HPB. I was disturbed to hear that the city attorney's office doesn't want that condition in the final order, but I know that the HPB, if the applicant also agrees, it can very well put it in there so we can ensure the Raleigh stays as a hotel. Our primary concern with this project all along has been the restoration of the Raleigh and the other L. Murray Dixon structures. We would like a clear timeline for the restoration of the Dixon buildings that includes specific benchmarks to ensure that that restoration proceeds as sensitively as possible. And this will hopefully avoid any more delays in bringing back these shining examples of Art Deco. Finally, we do continue to have concerns about the demolition of the additions behind the Richmond and the South Seas and the height of the proposed new tower. That's for all of you to decide as a HPB. we thank you and for your thorough review of this project. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I see the next speaker has been queued up. I'd like to ask Mr. Mandel to state on the record whether he swears or affirms to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Lloyd Mandel. My hotel is the Marseille Hotel, and it is the only adjoining property to the Raleigh project. The Marseille, incidentally, is a contributing historic building. It was built by Robert Schwartberg, who also built the Delano at the same time. He built the Marseille. The Raleigh developer has contacted me with the idea of addressing all of my concerns about his project. They have worked with us regarding the impact of the project on our hotel. And they have very well addressed our concerns. The previous approved project, which they have, would be far inferior and would be a great detriment to the Marseille Hotel as it stands now. It would cause serious obstruction to the entire north side. That's 50% of the building. The moving of their proposed tower as far east as possible from their original proposal is a great improvement from for our structure. And it's an improvement with regard, I believe, to their 3 historic buildings. Their proposed project offers the best opportunity, I believe, for the renovation of all 4 iconic groups in this group of hotels. The previous approved project would be the worst possible alternative. I fully support and encourage the board to approve their application. It would have a positive impact on our area and on neighboring properties. And I also strongly support the eastern location of the tower as they have moved it and proposed it. It allows a greater amount of openness for all the properties.
Your 2 minutes are up.
That's good. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to ask the applicant if the applicant would like. I don't see any other members of the public. Oh, yes, I do. Okay, Mr. Schvo, can you state on the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, board members. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff. It's been a year since I've been physically in front of you guys, and I'm sorry we're not here together, but I got to see almost every single one of you at our tent at the Raleigh. You know, we've endeavored when I bought these 3 properties to what I thought was the best thing for this property and what really was the essence of restoration and preservation. We bought the 3 properties in the Art Deco district in Miami Beach with multiple approvals, multiple layers, and currently the way the project is and the way the approvals are, there are 9 different architectural layers, one built on top of each other. We spoke to staff about it. We spoke to MDPL. We spoke to a lot of people in the neighborhood, and we believe that the best thing that we could do for this property, for Miami Beach, for the public, is really bring back the beautiful Dixon design. I've said this to you guys personally. I've said this publicly, and I do believe that after a year of really working diligently with everybody and doing things like removing the penthouse level from the Raleigh, we've really come to a project that I'm proud to build. I'm proud to develop, and I think we will all be very happy to see the Raleigh, after sitting vacant for the past few years, come into action. There's a lot of, as you know, we've heard some people with complaints and some people that are not happy. And if I could get every single person happy in Miami Beach, you know, then I'm probably going to get sainthood. But if we got 80% or 90% of our goals achieved, in order really to spend the money and restore these beautiful buildings, I think we've done great justice with these historic buildings. Kobe has done a great job.
Your 2 minutes are up.
Sorry, can I get one more minute? Can I get one more minute, Chair?
Sure, take one more minute.
Thank you. So again, just kind of to summarize, you know, we've had, you know, people spoke about the location of the tower. We've had probably 7 different locations of the tower. They were moved east, west, north, south, every direction in order to perfect it. And these are, we've not only addressed, I think, everybody's concern, but as late as last month when we got comments from you guys and from MDPL, we went and we revised our application to really satisfy everybody's kind of concerns. I really do hope that we will that you guys will find this project appealing, the restoration of this project appealing, and really letting us bring back those beautiful Dixon buildings back to the way they were built in the Art Deco district in that era. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have Mike Ohana in the queue for public comment. Mike, are you with us? Mike Ohana?
And while yes, Mike unmutes himself, Mike, can you state on the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. So I've been on the beach for 30 years. I'm the owner of the food and beverage at the Nautilus and also the food and beverage at the Hampton Inn. And I've had several businesses. I've had the experience to work with David Martin, Russell Galbert, and many of the small and large developers throughout South Beach. I've met Chavot a couple of years ago, and I think his new development would enhance the street. And if you guys drive around Washington, Collins, Ocean Drive, we've been lacking developers like himself and Russell and David and a few others that are coming into this town and spending hundreds of millions of dollars to revamp our assets. And I think that it would be a shame for us not to approve his project. And I'm gung-ho to see you guys approve him. And I wish the city of Miami Beach for more developers like him that were willing to take a chance at our economy, considering coronavirus, and spending millions and hundreds of millions of dollars to revamp our city. That's all.
Okay. If there's no more, I don't see anyone else with their hands up, so I guess we'll close the public hearing and open it up to the board.
Well, could I do a quick rebuttal? I'm sorry, I'll make it really short.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Alfredo.
I know some things were said by some people who I guess showed up at the 11th hour after over a year and dozens of publicly advertised meetings. I'm not going to, we have not misled anyone. I just want the record to be clear. And we've had an abundance of public meetings and opportunities for everybody who wanted to participate over the last year and a half on this project. So, and then I have no issue with MDPL's. We're going to keep the Raleigh Hotel. That's what everyone has asked us, and that's the intent. So anything that comes about that is fine. And then, Debbie, when should we talk about the conditions? Should I talk about that now?
I think we should have board discussion first, Alfredo.
Okay,
I think that would be most beneficial.
Then I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh,
and Jack is back, so he's...
Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. You can continue, Scott, because I may fade out again.
Okay, we're going to go into board discussion. Anyone want to go first on this? Anybody? How about Nancy? You're muted again, Nancy. Yeah.
I'm mute. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. We're ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. First, I have to go back to when I first heard about this project coming. I have a lot of fond memories of the Raleigh Hotel. I had my party there when I won my election the first time. I love the hotel, and I couldn't believe that somebody was going to come along and do anything to it except take care of it. When the idea of the text amendment came to being, which was, I guess, last year, I was sorry to have voted in favor of it because I felt that it was going to put 200 feet on top of the Raleigh. At that time, we didn't know what was happening, but so be it. We passed it and it moved on. I followed it, of course, with all the meetings that we had here, and I still wasn't happy about it. I resented the fact that there was going to be a 200-foot intrusion into the scene as it was with the 3 hotels. But then we had the opportunity, and it was because of this board that we had the opportunity to have a model made. So I waited to see what the model was going to show. Somebody before said that the tower is in the middle of the whole project. That is ridiculous. The tower has its own place in the right place. And when you look at it and you realize it's probably only a few feet more that anybody's going to see. The height is going to stay there. I realized that because of the pandemic, I could not be going over to the Raleigh. So I invited the people to come to my apartment and show the model. And they all came, including the manager of my building, who came to throw us all out of the lobby and call the police on us.
Could you narrow your discussion to the whole point?
All right, I am going to speak. I have not taken up any time today, if you don't mind. So anyway, I thoroughly support what has happened here, and I do it having seen exactly how it was going to lay out and how it was going to work. I, in general, never switch my feelings when I first see something, but this one took a long time, a lot of arguing, and it was when I actually saw what the project was going to be. I think it is going to be an excellent addition to that street.
Thank you, Nancy. Kirk?
Hey there. So from the beginning, I think I thought what Nancy stated was well said. I had a lot of hesitancy about the height. I still do. My hesitancy comes from the consistency of that block, the consistency of the height of the historic structures, the view of the skyline from the west side of the city. That said, this discussion has progressed. There's been a lot of people involved. There's been a lot of movement. I still feel that way in terms of the skyline. And I'm saying the negatives first. So I hope the applicant and everyone else will indulge me just in saying this. I think also the shadow. And in all fairness, when I visited with the applicant, I believe I looked at a shadow study from October and June, I believe it was. And I'm still worried about what the actual shadow will be in December and January when it's worse. There's no doubt in my mind that the shadow will impact the Raleigh pool during peak daytime, and with Mr. Cohen's email and statement, perhaps it will impact the Shelbourne. That said, those are my concerns. I do think that they've done the best job that they possibly could to minimize the impacts of this mass that they're putting in. I think the renovations on the South Seas, the Richmond, and the Raleigh are excellent. I think the footprint of the new tower has been minimized to the greatest extent that it possibly can, having visited the site. And I'm not a big fan of the way that the Shore Club tower impacted the Shore Club. Doesn't help, but I will say being on site and viewing from the experience of a participant or somebody who would be in the place of the tower having been built in context, I think it works nicely. I think the treatment that the Richmond and the South Seas are giving opens up space for someone who's experiencing the back of the Raleigh, and I think that's really nice. That said, and I said this in our last discussion, I really want to impress it. I believe, and I discussed this with the applicant when they were gracious enough to give me the time to meet with them, the glass treatment, I want this building, this tower, to not upstage the Raleigh, the Richmond, and the Shore Club. And I believe, which I discussed with Mr. Clark, the glass treatment, for instance, the glass treatment that was used on the Surf Club, I think it would help to lighten the structure and to make sure that it's not overwhelming. And so I'm hoping maybe the applicant and possibly staff can respond to the possibility of ensuring some sort of a glass treatment that ensures that it feels light to the eye when you're looking at the skyline. Yes. Hopefully that could be addressed. Lastly, the actual details, paint colors, finishes, a lot of that is to be revealed, I understand. And as you're, removing paint and finishes from the existing structure, you're going to look at what was originally there and restore it to that. I don't want to see, in the end, ideally, just whitewashed buildings and details fading into the background. And so I'd like to ask politely for staff affirmation and the applicant if they're going to work hand in hand and communicate to ensure that the actual finish, colors, paintwork, vitrolite, etc., are going to be properly restored as they were originally done. Lastly, I do want to emphasize Daniel's point. I know that this whole discussion about the tower, making it financially feasible, was predicated on the idea of hotel use versus condominium use. I do believe that Mr. Schvo and the applicant intend on going forward with hotel use for the Raleigh. That said, in 30 years, if this property should change hands, doesn't mean that a new applicant wouldn't come forward and say, we're moving it to a condo. And at that point, even though it would have to come back to the HPB is not going to say, well, remove the tower and we're okay with going with condo use. It's not going to happen. So any protections that can be written in, I don't know. And maybe since Daniel called out the city attorney, maybe that could be responded to, but that would make me feel comfortable as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Max?
Yeah, I know we're short on time, so I'll try to distill my comments as much as possible. I want to acknowledge the challenge of outreach on this project and what it means to try to reach everyone, and acknowledge the sustainability and resilience combined with the restoration and preservation components on the project. I want to focus on the basement and water management, which we've been talking a lot about what's happening above ground, which is very important, of course, but the basement is still, or the underground areas, area that I'd comment on. I have concerns, but I can see a path forward on it. Responding first to the April 6th letter from Moffitt and Nickel, I think that presents a good analysis of the comparison of impervious area, but it still leaves open that fundamental question from the prior staff analysis of is the basement option better than a no basement option from the standpoint of, is it a good idea to be building underground in the city of Miami Beach? Really trying to avoid a situation here where a design decision today creates an expensive, preventable problem down the road. So the path forward that I see on this is if we could get a condition where city staff can advise on the feasibility of an adaptive design for the underground component, should it be necessary I'm going to use a term from the applicant's June 9th memo about adaptability considerations. Should it be necessary for this underground component to function as a stormwater retention area rather than its initial designed function, that's what I'd like to see, feasibility and a design goal, if it is feasible, and incorporated into the design, because we need to be thinking beyond the 10-year storm design criteria that are in effect today to what's going to happen when the 20-year storm or the 50-year storm is more the norm. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Max. Barry?
Yes. I'll try to be concise. I think, as everybody, and I've said before, I can't express how well I feel about the restorations. I thought Mr. Lejeune's comment, though, about the South Seas and the Richmond were rather interesting. And I know that the designs that this group is putting forth will be incredible on the ground. And as I said to the architect on the site, walking from Collins Avenue through that South Seas, along that southern entry towards the tower is just going to be spectacular. But everybody else I feel, has to deal with that tower. And I just have a problem. I can't get past that mass, for one. And number two, we have these three Murray-Dixon towers that all relate to each other in geometry and materials and fenestration. And then we have this glass tower. And I don't see where it is. And it's the same argument that I made on another project we have, where they want to do an addition on the back of this building, tall building, which I guess we won't see today. But they just did a glass box on the back of a masonry building. So I'm just disturbed by the tower. And in fact, when I mentioned that, there just seems to be a feeling that, well, it's pushed back to the back. It's like, we don't care about the back, and I'll use the argument that I said when I fought for the North Beach Recreational Corridor to the folks at Altos Del Mar about a sidewalk behind their houses. I'm sorry that the front of our beach is the back of your house. And I think we need to pay respect to that waterfront and that beachfront, which is very important to us. And we have a couple bad examples, and I don't want to add to it. We have the Shelbourne saying, "You're casting shadows on my property." It reminds me of the Fontainebleau hate wall. So I'm just one, but those are my comments.
Thank you, Barry. I'm going to do something I wouldn't normally do, but I need to go next because I'm afraid my computer is going to go out again, and I want to make sure that I'm heard. I concur with Barry that I do love the proposal you're making for the historic buildings. You are to be commended in every way possible, and you are working in the true spirit of historic preservation. I, however, completely disagree with the tower. I think it's in the wrong place, at the wrong time, and the wrong materials. Kobe says he is opening up the space to light and air. This tower negates that opening of space completely. It's big, it's heavy, it's fat, it's humongous and monstrous. And it encroaches on the beach. It fills a space that is now open along that whole stretch of beach and is just wrong in every way. I would approve it. I would be for it if it were many stories less. and it wouldn't encroach upon the historic Raleigh and the other buildings. You know, we can't have the tail wagging the dog. And in this case, the dog is the historic buildings. That's what we're here to save. We're not here to approve 25 or 20-story towers that will overshadow what we are here trying to preserve and protect. And I find it so offensive, I can't even express it in words. It's just beyond my imagination. Our skyline is our brand. People come here to see Miami Beach as it is, not as it should be transformed into Sunny Isles. And this is the second or third step down that slippery slope. And I will not abide it. I appreciate Mr. Chauveau's interest in historic preservation. He's proposing terrific things for the historic buildings, and he's to be given a medal for that. But that tower cannot be the way it is. 5 or 10 stories would be fine. Luxury townhouses for a small part of that site would be fine, but scale is the issue here, and scale is being trampled into the ground. You're putting a monstrous thing in just that will overwhelm the historic structures that we are here to protect, and I find it offensive, and I could never vote for it in its present form. If it were 5 or 10 stories and it didn't overshadow the historic buildings, that would be fine. I would vote for it with the American flag flying high, but I can't see what you are proposing. It is not appropriate, not proper, and I will do everything I can to try to stop it. Thank you. Next, Rick.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank the team for providing the model, the opportunity to see the model. Last time we saw the drawings, I brought up the fact that the views that were selected didn't quite show us the real mass of the building. The model helped a little bit. Certainly walking the site and seeing what it would be like from down 18th Street is a strong consideration. Having seen now some of the images produced by Jean-Francois, having seen some of the sun studies from the Shelbourne, you know, it really is a concern to be hearing from the public, you know, this additional concern about height and shade. It's really still not clear to me what the shade situation is going to be like. I know the model helped a little bit, but, you know, a thorough sun study, we had talked about, you know, I'm curious to know how much shade this is going to put on the beach, at what time of day, what time of year. So, you know, I have to say that it would probably help if the building were a little shorter. I do think that is true. In addition, I was reviewing some of the sea level rise criteria, and I do wanted to raise a concern. It shows that the building's in compliance with condition number 6, which means that the basement level has to be adaptable to a future increase in the street elevation of up to 3 feet. And because this project relies so much on that basement level, running the whole length of the property, and I know that there was already a slight variance to get, you know, a curve on the ramp, I think it's worth paying close attention to. I'm not sure that this is yet qualifying to satisfy an additional 3 feet in a street elevation. And if that were to happen, that might cause a serious problem down the road for this building. And one final point, I do appreciate, you know, the restoration, of course, as it's been said. I have to say though that on one of the 2 adjacent buildings, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the name, there's an inaccessible 2nd and 3rd floor space over that lobby. And it would just be so much better if we could come up with a program so that building's not just an empty shell, but we're, you know, activated up there. So those are the points I wanted to make. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rick. Next is Scott.
Yeah, what I have to say mirrors what Barry said. Again, for another project, today's hearing. You know, we heard from the property owner and basically saying what the placement of that new tower opens up his property, opens up views on his property. We heard from the building to the north of Marseille that where the building is located now, it opens up his property. But you always have, you know, when you take from one, you're giving it to the other. You're pushing a shadow more on the Shelbourne. But my main concern is not so much the Shelbourne, it's the beach. You know, we have this property, and I'm sorry, we have this rendering that we all saw when we went on to the site. The first thing that I noticed when I went there is how far out that building is to the east, how far much more further that is to the east than any other building around it. It seemed out of place there to me when I saw that. And I know there's been a lot of talk on where it's being placed. You know, when originally the text amendment came to us, it was more in the middle of the lot. I know when they first came up with the design, it was placed in the middle. And I guess in discussions with staff to try to separate it from the Raleigh and the other two buildings, it was pushed way back. But in doing that, you have an effect on the beach. And I think, you know, we could talk about all the architecture in the city and everything that sets this city apart. But if there's one thing that really sets the city apart, and there's one thing that we really need to protect in the city, it's the beach. I'm just imagining people walking on that, not only the boardwalk, but on that portion of the beach, not near the water, but closer to the properties. And you're just, you know, you're going to have a fairly massive building sort of looking down on you. You know, this is kind of contrary to what Jack said, but and I know the board is not going to go for it, but I'm so what's the word? I'm so concerned about that I would almost rather see if they took a third of that building, the easternmost third, and added it on top of what's left. It's definitely a higher building, but it's pushing it back off the beach a little bit. So that's how I feel. I mean, I know they're pretty much maxed out on height the way it is, but I just can't see it being so close. And it's a wall. It's not, the building's not stepped back. It's not, there's not, you know, there's nothing to sort of break up that wall on that side of the property. So, you know, I commend the applicant for everything else he's doing on the property, the renovation, you know, I'm good with the demolition, and I'm sure, you know, the contractor is going to do a good job in securing all the properties around there and the fronts of the South Seas and Richmond. You know, I even like the design of the new building. I can't see it being placed where it is. So that's my concern. I mean, it's something that when this was originally presented to us, I mentioned that, you know, we all pretty much asked for a rendering from the beach. I really think that was, at least for me, it was very telling when we looked at on site, when we looked at the actual mock-up. I mean, the minute I looked at that, I just saw that building just looks so, it almost looks like it's built on the beach. So that's my concern. We'll see where it goes.
Thank you so much, Scott. Have I left anybody off? No. Okay. Debbie, that does the board comment, I believe.
Is there a motion?
Is there time for any responses, or what are we?
If you would like to make a response, you have the right. Yes.
Brief, Alfredo, because we are running late.
I actually, at this point, I don't have time to respond to all the comments everyone gave me. At this, you know, and I know that we're over the 3 o'clock. It's 3:13. Could this just be carried over to the date of the? I don't have it in front of me.
July 31st is our overflow date. If we don't finish this item, it will be carried over to that meeting.
I would say if we could carry it over, at least we'd have a full conversation. Then at that point, take any direction we need to take. But I want to at least have the ability. Nancy wants to talk. This is not a small little building, and I realize the time constraints, but I do need at least the opportunity to speak in.
All right, so Alfredo, on behalf of the applicant, you're requesting that this be carried over to the July 31st meeting, right?
Correct, and Nancy's raising her hand downstairs.
Okay, and then we'll return back to the board. Nancy?
Unmute yourself, Nancy.
And listening to all of this, I think, and I realize it's going to have to come back, I would like to suggest that it come back with some kind of proposal that perhaps would reduce the height. That seems to be the biggest issue. And secondly, to do a shadow study from the beach in the area that everybody thinks is going to hide the beach forever. So I'd like to move it with that. We're going to bring it back the end of June. What are we up to? July, what? 19th? 29th?
31st.
July 31st. We bring it back July 31st, and we look at let the owner look at taking out some of the height to make a balance here and to kind of make a little compromise, and then do a shadow study to show what the tower is going to do as far as shadowing the beach.
May I just add here on
Nancy, if that's a motion, I just like to ask Debbie.
Yes,
whether,
it was a motion.
That was a motion, right? Okay, I just wanted to ask Debbie whether July 31st gives staff enough time to review any.
If we're continuing it with the direction to reduce the height, we do not have enough time between now and July 31st to review anything, or for the architects really to present anything. I would recommend August 11th if the direction is to modify the current design. August 11th at the earliest.
I didn't pose it as a directive. I posed it as an opportunity for the owner to come
But
back.
I just want to make it clear, if they come back to you in July 31st, they're not really going to have anything new to show you. It will be a continuation of the current discussion we're having now.
Well, then how about I'll move it to August 11th. Is
that would
more
be the
sense?
next meeting that they could potentially have some new studies and drawings to show you.
We do have all the shadow studies that we could provide immediately, so we do have that.
Is there a second to Nancy's motion?
I would just like to clarify, when Nancy's asking for these shadow studies, how the building is affecting the beach in shadow. I think that needs to extend towards the north. How the building is affecting its neighbors as well as the beach.
I think it will include.
You do have that.
Can we clarify that for December, January timeframe as well, when the shadows are cast most to the north?
Yes, I do have January. I showed already December and the other times of the year. I'll provide everything through Dropbox because there are heavy resolutions to Debbie.
Mr. Chair, if I could add another comment.
Sure, Kirk.
I mean, my concern here, that I think this is really a defining project for this board. I'm concerned as a board member that there's not better consensus right now. Seems like, from what I heard, Jack, you, Rick, Barry, Scott have issues with the height. And in terms of what can be done outside of whatever the shadow study is going to show, I'm not sure what I've heard what the direction moving forward is supposed to be to ameliorate that. And for me as a board member, I feel like I'm hoping that there will be better consensus among the board. So, I mean, I wanted to put it back to you all because I value your input and your perspective, and I don't feel like there's been much direction in terms of what the expectation is supposed to be in terms of the height of the tower, as well as the placement of the tower.
Kirk, I didn't have a problem with the height. In fact, I said if they, they took out that portion closest to the beach and put it on top of what's left and it was high, be okay with that. My concern is where it's located on the lot.
Right.
That's my main concern.
I heard that, but I guess I'm asking, I think it makes sense for Barry, Jack, Rick to maybe, I don't know if you have more specific direction.
I have a concern with the height of the building and its location. And I would have a concern with I can tell you, I would have a big concern with making a taller section closer to the other buildings. That would distress me. I almost feel like, I don't want to say it, but from what the owner of the Shelburne said, and I don't know how much to rely on that, are we being held hostage? It's like, give me this big, fat, tall tower, or I'm taking my football and going home. Or, I'm gonna renovate the Raleigh, I'm gonna restore it, I'm gonna do all this stuff if I get this big fat tower. And that's, that's it. And I hope that's not where we are, but that's where one of the people calling in said they were told.
Barry, I just would like to add that I feel very much the same way as you. And I would add that taking off a story or two, if that's their definition of lowering the building, that would not be acceptable to me. Of course, it's not up to us to come and tell them how to redesign the building. And also, I'd want to add something else. You talk about economics. It's not our affair. It's not our business. However, we have no idea of what the bottom line is of this. I would like to make it as short as humanly possible, not to infringe upon their ability to make money. They're in business. They deserve to make as much money as they possibly can with their property. There's no question about that. But we're supposed to make sure that whatever they do, whether it be 20 stories, 10 stories, 15, whatever it is, doesn't impact negatively the historic properties under the Secretary of Interior standards, which talks about scale and compatibility. Those are the issues that we're talking about. So I don't know how we can give them specific direction to say you must do this or you should do that, because we have no basis to do that on other than how it affects the historic buildings.
Can I speak again?
Just let me interject. I believe we're likely to be cut off the air at any moment now. If that happens, we're going to pick this discussion back up unless we have a vote on July 31st. The new link will be placed on the website, and the board members will be getting a new Zoom link for the July 31st meeting.
I think Debbie, we're going to need a motion if we're going to continue any applications to the 31st. We'll need a motion since the 31st is not a regularly scheduled meeting. So I just want to be mindful of that.
Okay, and I think we should do that sooner rather than later because again, there's a conflict with the broadcasting schedule of the city of Miami Beach, and they will cut us off momentarily.
All right, I would just like to add to what I had said. I wasn't saying that we cut off a few feet. I was trying to suggest that we turn that back to the owner and let him, after listening to all this, do something with the height and leave it up to him. If he has to come back here on the 31st, that's fine.
Okay, let's get a motion, people.
That was my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Nancy, can you restate your motion?
Motion is to send it back to the developer, to the owner, to come back with a reduced height as a compromise. And number two, to show us the shadow study. We never knew there was a shadow study.
Okay, so that's the motion is to continue this to the August 11th meeting, correct? Or is it to come back on July 31st? I don't know if they have enough time to do that.
Well, I think we should give them some time and come back on the 11th. So
August
on
11th.
August 11th is when we.
Okay, Nancy made the motion. We had a second by
Rick.
Rick. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, that's
I get a
unanimous.
clarification. Is the motion, it includes a requirement to reduce the height?
No,
Just a
it's to
consideration.
come back.
Okay. And yes.
Okay, that motion passes. The application is continued to August 11th. Do I have a motion to continue the balance of the agenda to the July 31st meeting?
I'll move it.
Okay, moved by Kirk, seconded by Nancy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, board members, very much. That concludes the public portion of this meeting. I think if you wanted to, there were, I think, 1 or 2 items that the board wanted to discuss. We could do that now. Is that accurate, Nick? And yeah, we would be, I don't know, if we get removed from the broadcasting, I don't know if that impacts our ability to have discussion items. Nick?
It disappeared.
I'm not sure if we're able to conduct any discussion at this point.
Why don't we try? Why don't we try? They'll cut us off.
Right, and we're not part of the hearing, so. Okay, we're actually going to be losing, I was just notified, we're losing the Zoom link. So we will have to conclude. We can pick this up July 31st. Hopefully we will be able to move quicker July 31st, although we did an excellent job. I want to congratulate the board and thank the chairman. I thought we moved through these items very well today, and I'm sure that will continue on the 31st, and hopefully we can have some of these discussion items then. If not, we will see you all also on August 11th.
Thank you.
And thanks to Scott. Scott stepped in seamlessly there, Scott. That was beautiful.
Oh yeah, it took me a while to realize Jack was gone the first time, but then I jumped in.
You didn't miss a beat, Scott.
Traffic cops.
Thank you, Debbie.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. Be well. Be safe.
I know.